Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. It was one of those overcast Tuesday mornings in late October, the kind where the sky looks like it's been smeared with grey paint, and you can feel the dampness seeping into your bones even before you step outside. I remember pulling into the warehouse district around 9 in the morning, the air thick with the smell of diesel and wet asphalt. My car's heater was struggling to keep up, and I could hear the faint hum of machinery from the buildings around me. I was there to pick up a shipment of paper for the small print shop I helped run with my cousin. Nothing out of the ordinary, just another day on the job. We'd been dealing with this supplier for years, a place called Northgate Logistics, and it was always the same routine: park near the loading dock, check in with the foreman, and wait for them to bring out the pallets. That day, I remember feeling a bit off, like something was itching at the back of my mind. Maybe it was the weather, or just one of those gut feelings you get sometimes. I shrugged it off and focused on the task. The warehouse was this massive corrugated steel building with rust streaks running down the sides, and the loading area was a concrete apron dotted with puddles from last night's rain. I parked my beat-up sedan in my usual spot, away from the big rigs, but close enough to see the dock doors. The place was buzzing with activity. Forklifts zipping around, workers shouting to each other, the constant beep, beep, beep of vehicles backing up. It was loud, but in a familiar way, like white noise you get used to. I got out of the car and stretched, my joints cracking from the drive. The air was cold enough to make my breath fog, and I pulled my jacket tighter. I headed toward the office, a small prefab room tucked to the side of the main building, to let them know I was here. The foreman, a guy named Dave who always had a clipboard in hand, waved me over. "Paper shipment for Johnson Print, right?" he said, not even looking up. I nodded and he scribbled something down. "They're loading it now. Give it 10 minutes and you can pull up to Dock 3. Simple enough. I thanked him and wandered back toward my car, killing time by scrolling through my phone. Nothing important. Just checking emails and the weather, trying to ignore that nagging feeling. About 15 minutes later, I saw the pallets being wheeled out on a forklift. They were wrapped in thick plastic, stacked high with reams of paper, and I knew it'd take a couple of trips to load them into my car. I started the engine and eased forward, aiming for Dock 3. The dock was one of those roll-up doors with a concrete ledge, and there were a few semis parked nearby, their engines rumbling. One was a big freight liner, its trailer taking up most of the space. I didn't think much of it. Semis were always coming and going here. I pulled up parallel to the dock, leaving enough room for the forklift to maneuver, and got out to open my trunk. That's when things started to get weird. I remember hearing a loud metallic clank, like something heavy hitting the ground. At first, I thought it was just the forklift dropping a pallet, normal warehouse noise, but then there was this groaning sound, deep and guttural, like metal under stress. I glanced over my shoulder and saw the semi-trailer, the one I'd parked near, shuddering. It was hooked up to the cab, but something about the way it was moving didn't seem right. The trailer was swaying slightly, as if it wasn't properly attached. I froze for a second, my hand still on the trunk latch, and that's when I saw it. The kingpin, the part that connects the trailer to the truck, was disengaging. My brain didn't process it at first. It was like watching a slow-motion nightmare. The trailer started to tilt ever so slightly, and then it just came loose. There was no warning, no loud explosion or dramatic screech, just a quiet, sickening separation. The cab was still running, but the trailer began to roll backward, picking up speed on the slight incline of the loading area. It was heading straight for me. For a split second, I couldn't move. My body felt like it was made of lead. I saw the massive wall of the trailer, all grimy and scuffed, looming closer. It was maybe 20 feet away at first, but in what felt like a heartbeat, it was 10, then 5. The air rushed out of my lungs, and I could hear my own heart pounding in my ears, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. I remember the details so vividly. The way the sunlight glinted off a rusty bolt on the trailer's side, the smell of oil and rain mixing with my own sweat, the cold seeping through my shoes from the damp concrete. Instinct kicked in. I threw myself to the side, scrambling toward the gap between my car and the dock. My shoulder slammed into the concrete ledge, and pain shot through my arm, but I didn't care. I rolled, my clothes scraping against the rough surface, and ended up in a crouch behind a stack of empty pallets. The trailer kept coming, its wheels grinding against the asphalt. It hit my car with a deafening crunch, metal twisting, glass shattering. The sound was so loud it felt physical, like a punch to the chest. My car, which I just parked moments ago, was now crushed against the dock, the front end mangled beyond recognition. I stayed there, hunched and shaking, for what felt like an eternity. My breath came in ragged gasps, and I could taste blood. I'd bitten my lip in the panic. People were shouting now, running over. The forklift operator had stopped and was staring, his mouth hanging open. I pushed myself up, my legs wobbling, and looked at the wreckage. The trailer had come to a stop, wedged between my car and the dock. If I'd been a second slower, I'd have been flattened. The thought made my stomach churn, and I had to lean against the pallets to keep from falling over. Then I saw the driver. He was climbing out of the cab, a middle-aged guy in a faded denim jacket and a baseball cap. He didn't look panicked or shocked, just annoyed, like he'd spilled his coffee. He walked over to the trailer, hands on his hips, and let out a sigh. "Damn hitch must have given way," he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. He didn't even glance at me or my destroyed car. It was like this was just a minor inconvenience, something that happened all the time. I stumbled toward him, my voice trembling. "Are you kidding me? That thing almost killed me." I was shouting, but it came out shaky. He turned, his expression blank. "Accidents happen," he said with a shrug. "Lucky you moved." That was it. No apology, no concern. He started inspecting the hitch, pulling out a wrench from his pocket, like he was about to fix it right there. I stood there, stunned. My hands were still shaking, and I could feel the adrenaline fading, leaving me cold and weak. Someone from the warehouse came over, Dave, the foreman, and started talking to the driver about insurance and paperwork. They were discussing it like it was a fender bender in a parking lot, not a near-death experience. I remember just standing there watching them while the reality sank in. I'd almost died over something as stupid as paper. The trailer had been huge, probably weighing tons, and it could have crushed me without a second thought. I looked at my car, the trunk I'd been about to open now smashed into a metal accordion. Glass shards glittered on the ground, and there was a smear of grease where the trailer had scraped against the dock. My mind kept replaying the moment it came loose, the way it rolled, the sound, the sheer size of it. It was like my brain was stuck on a loop, forcing me to relive those few seconds over and over. Dave eventually came over to me, his face apologetic. "We'll get this sorted, don't worry," he said, but his words felt hollow. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. I called my cousin to explain what happened, my voice cracking as I told him about the trailer. He offered to come pick me up, but I said I'd figure it out. I just wanted to get out of there. The rest of the day was a blur, filling out incident reports, talking to the warehouse manager, waiting for a tow truck. But through it all, I couldn't shake the image of that driver's calm demeanor. He'd acted like it was nothing, like almost killing someone was just part of the job. By the time I got home, it was late afternoon. I sat on my couch, staring at the wall, and replayed everything in my head. The fear hadn't left me. It was like a cold weight in my chest. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that trailer rolling toward me. I started noticing things I hadn't before. The way my hands still trembled, the ache in my shoulder from where I'd hit the dock, the constant knot in my stomach. That night, I didn't sleep much. Every noise outside made me jump, and I kept imagining the sound of grinding wheels. In the days that followed, I found myself avoiding semis on the road. I'd take longer routes just to stay away from highways where they congregated. At stoplights, if a big rig pulled up beside me, I'd feel my heart rate spike and my palms get sweaty. I'd inch forward, putting distance between us, even if it meant blocking an intersection. It's been months now, and I still do it. I can't help it. Every time I see one of those massive trailers, I remember that day, the casual way it all happened, the driver's indifference, the sheer luck that I'm still here. I never got a real explanation for why the trailer unhooked. The warehouse said it was a mechanical failure, something about the fifth wheel not locking properly, but it didn't make sense. Those things are supposed to be checked regularly. The driver never faced any consequences that I know of. He just drove off once the trailer was reattached. I think about that a lot, how easily it could have gone the other way, and how no one seemed to care. It's left me with this deep-seated fear, something that's become a part of my daily life. I don't trust those big trucks anymore, and I probably never will. And the weirdest part? I still don't understand why it happened, or why the driver acted like it was just another day at work. It's one of those things that just sticks with you, messing with your head, and you're left wondering how close you came to everything, ending over nothing. Story 2. The call was for a self-inflicted gunshot out past Springfield, off Route 60, a remote gravel lot. My job as a coroner means I see a lot of things, and most of the time, it's just a job. You go in, you do the work, you go home, you build up a kind of shell, but something about the dispatcher's voice, the way she said remote location, just sent a little chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the temperature. The drive out was pitch black. Route 60 at that hour is just a long, dark tunnel with your headlights punching two little holes in the gloom. The rain made it worse, smearing the light on the asphalt. I turned off onto a smaller road, and then finally onto this gravel track that seemed to lead nowhere. My tires crunched in a way that was way too loud, the only sound for miles except for the hiss of the rain on my roof. I saw the flashing red and blue lights way before I saw anything else. They'd parked their two cruisers in a way that their headlights illuminated a small area under a big, rusty tin awning that was part of an old, abandoned trucking yard. There were a couple of old semi-trailers parked off to the side, just dark hulks in the night. Under the awning, two deputies were standing, hunched against the damp. I pulled up next to them, killed the engine, and the silence rushed back in, filled only by the endless tap-tap-tapping of the rain on the tin roof above us. I got out, my shoes immediately sinking into the wet gravel. The air was heavy and cold, smelling of wet dirt, diesel, and that metallic tang you get from old rust. "Evening, gentlemen," I said, my voice sounding small and out of place. They just nodded. One of them, an older guy with a thick moustache, gestured with his thumb towards a shape covered by a yellow tarp a dozen yards away. The tarp was already dark and heavy with rainwater. Guys in his late 40s, single shot to the head, found by a trucker who needed to take a leak. No note, wallets on the dash of his car. He nodded towards an old, beat-up sedan parked nearby. We stood there for a bit, making the kind of small talk you make at 2 a.m. when you're waiting for the funeral home transport to show up. We talked about the rain, about a ball game, about nothing at all. It was just a way to fill the space, to remind ourselves we were still in the world of the living. The funeral home was coming from the other side of the county, so we had a wait ahead of us. That's when I first heard it. It was a soft crunch on the gravel, coming from behind one of the big trailers parked off to the side of the awning. It wasn't the rain. I know what rain on gravel sounds like. This was distinct. It was the sound of a footstep, a deliberate step. I stopped talking and looked over. The two deputies stopped too, following my gaze. The area behind the trailers was just a wall of absolute blackness, beyond the reach of the police headlights. "Probably just an animal," the younger deputy said, his voice a little too casual. "Raccoon or something." I nodded, because that's what you do. You rationalize, but it didn't sound like a raccoon. It sounded like a person taking 2, maybe 3 steps. Heavy. We all stood there for a full minute, listening. Nothing. Just the rain. We went back to our awkward small talk, but the mood had shifted. It was quieter now. We were all listening. The tin awning seemed to amplify every little sound, turning the rain into a constant low roar. I shoved my hands deeper into my coat pockets. The cold was starting to get to me, a deep, shivery kind of cold that felt like it was coming from inside my bones. Then it happened again. Crunch, crunch. This time, it was closer, much closer. It sounded like it was right at the edge of the darkness, just beyond the pool of light from the cruisers. And it was heavier. There was a weight to it that the first steps didn't have. This wasn't a tentative exploration. This was a walk. All 3 of us snapped our heads towards the sound. The older deputy unclipped the strap on his holster. "Hello!" he called out, his voice firm and loud, cutting through the rain. "Sheriff's office! Identify yourself!" Silence. Nothing but the damn rain. We stood frozen. I could feel my heart thumping against my ribs, a hard, fast rhythm. This wasn't fear of a person. This was something else. This was the feeling you get when the rules of the world you know suddenly don't apply. The younger deputy swung his flashlight beam towards the sound. The powerful beam cut through the darkness, sweeping across the gravel, the wet grass, the rusted undercarriage of the trailer. There was nothing. No one. The beam just showed empty, rain-swept darkness. "See? Nothing," the younger one said, but his voice had lost its confidence. He was trying to convince himself as much as us. We stood there for what felt like 5 minutes, not talking, just listening. The silence felt thick, oppressive. It was heavier than the rain. It was a listening silence. And then it came a third time. Crunch, crunch, crunch. This was different. It wasn't just closer. It was all around us. The sound seemed to come from the left, then immediately from the right, then from behind the trailers again. It was impossible. It was like 3 or 4 people were walking around us in a circle just outside the light, their heavy boots grinding into the wet gravel. The sound was crisp and clear, cutting through the white noise of the rain with an unnatural sharpness. There was no mistaking it this time. It was footsteps, solid, human-sounding footsteps. "Flashlights! Now!" the older deputy barked. All 3 of us snapped on our lights. My hand was shaking so bad the beam jittered all over the place. We swept the area, a frantic dance of light in the darkness. We illuminated every inch of ground around that awning. We pointed the beams under the trailers, between them, out into the field beyond. We saw gravel, puddles, weeds, mud. We saw the mist that was starting to rise from the wet ground, a low, ghostly fog. But we saw no feet, no legs, no person, no animal. There was nothing there to make that sound. The footsteps stopped as suddenly as they had started. The silence that fell was absolute. It was a vacuum. The rain even seemed to quiet down for a second, as if holding its breath. We were 3 grown men, 2 of them armed, standing under a tin roof in the middle of nowhere, paralyzed by a sound. I could smell the fear on us, a sharp, sour smell mixed with the damp wool of our coats. The older deputy finally spoke, his voice a low, tight whisper. What in the absolute hell was that? No one had an answer. We just stood there, our flashlight beams slowly dropping, pointing at the ground. The energy had just been sucked right out of us. The rational part of my brain was scrambling for an explanation. Water dripping from the awning, a tree branch, some weird acoustic trick of the landscape. But I knew down in my gut that it was none of those things. I had heard boots walking on gravel. We all had. A set of headlights finally appeared down the gravel road, moving slowly. It was the funeral home van. The relief that washed over me was physical, like a wave of warm water. The two deputies visibly relaxed too, their shoulders slumping. The rest of the process was a blur. We didn't talk about it. We just did our jobs with a grim, focused efficiency. The two guys from the funeral home, an older man and his son, were quiet and professional. We loaded the body bag into the back of their van. The zipper sounded obscenely loud in the quiet. They signed my paperwork, I signed theirs. It was all done in under 10 minutes. As they drove away, their taillights disappearing into the darkness, the two deputies got into their cruisers without a word. One of them gave me a curt nod before he drove off. I was left alone in the lot. I have never moved so fast in my life. I practically jumped into my car, fumbling with the keys, my hands still trembling. I locked the doors with a solid thunk that was the best sound I'd heard all night. I started the engine and didn't even wait for it to warm up. I slammed the car into drive and spun the tires on the gravel, spraying pebbles behind me as I sped back towards the main road. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I was too afraid of what I might see standing back there in the receding darkness, watching me go. The whole drive home, my mind was racing, trying to piece it together. A self-inflicted gunshot, a lonely, desolate place, unexplained footsteps from something you couldn't see. My training is in science, in biology, in the cold, hard facts of death. There's always an explanation. But out there, under that tin roof, all my explanations felt flimsy and useless. I kept thinking about the body, the man under the tarp. Was it him? Was it some echo of him? A piece of his final, terrible moment, stuck there in that gravel lot, replaying his last walk? Or was it something else, something that was already there, drawn to the violence and the despair? I didn't know. I still don't know. I got home just as the sky was starting to lighten from black to a deep bruised grey. I didn't sleep. I sat in my kitchen with all the lights on, drinking coffee I didn't taste, just staring at the wall. Every little creak of the house made me jump. That was over 5 years ago. I've been back to plenty of remote scenes since then, in the middle of the night, in the rain, in the snow. I've never heard anything like it again, not once. And that's almost the worst part. It was a one-time thing, a single terrifying violation of the rules, and then the world just went back to normal as if it never happened. But I know it did. I was there. I heard those boots crunching on the gravel, walking around us in the dark, and I know with a certainty that still keeps me up some nights that there was nothing there to make the sound. Story 3. I was sitting at the front desk, scrolling through my phone and trying to stay awake when the motion sensor alarm went off for the basement. It was around 2 in the morning, and the sound made me jump. A sharp, electronic beep that cut through the silence. My rookie, this young guy who'd only been on the job for a couple of weeks, was dozing off in the chair next to me. He jerked awake, his eyes wide, and I could see the nervousness on his face. "What was that?" he asked, his voice a little shaky. I told him it was probably nothing, maybe a rat or something, but we had to check it out. That's the protocol. The basement's always been a creepy part of the hotel, dark, damp, and filled with old furniture and boxes that nobody's touched in years. I grabbed my flashlight and my sidearm, making sure it was secure, and he did the same. We headed toward the stairwell, the fluorescent lights overhead flickering like they always do, casting long shadows on the walls. As we walked, I could feel the air getting colder, which was strange because the heating should have been on. The rookie was sticking close to me, his breathing a little too fast. I tried to keep it light, saying stuff like, "Relax, it's just a basement." But honestly, I was starting to feel uneasy myself. There was this heaviness in the air, like something was watching us. When we got to the basement door, it was slightly ajar, which was odd, because it's supposed to be locked. I pushed it open slowly, the hinges groaning like they were in pain. The smell hit me first, musty and old, but with something else underneath like burnt herbs or incense. We shined our flashlights around, and the beams cut through the darkness, revealing stacks of dusty chairs and old linens. The floor was concrete, cold under my boots, and I could hear water dripping somewhere in the distance. That's when we saw the sage bundles. They were tied together with string, hanging from pipes near the ceiling, and there were a bunch of them scattered around on the floor. I'd never seen anything like it in the hotel before. The rookie pointed at them, his hand trembling a little. "What are those?" he whispered. I had no idea, but they looked old, like they'd been there for a while. The smell was stronger here, that earthy, smoky scent that made my nose itch. We started moving deeper into the basement, and that's when the noises began. At first, it was just soft scratching, like nails on wood, and I thought it might be pests. But then it got louder, turning into footsteps, heavy, slow steps that seemed to come from right behind us. We both spun around, flashlights sweeping the area, but there was nothing there. The rookie's face was pale, and he kept swallowing hard like he was trying not to panic. I radioed back to the front desk to check the security cameras, but the feed was fuzzy, full of static. That's when I remembered the monitors in the basement storage room. There's a small setup down there for checking camera feeds without going back upstairs. We hurried over, my heart pounding in my chest. The room was cramped, with a desk and a couple of old monitors covered in dust. I wiped one off and pulled up the live feed from the basement cameras. What we saw made my blood run cold. On the screen there was a figure, tall and shadowy, standing in the corner of the basement where we'd just been. It was human-shaped but blurred, like it wasn't fully there. The rookie gasped, and I felt a chill crawl up my spine. We watched as it moved, gliding across the screen without making a sound. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, it vanished. Just poof, gone. The screen went back to normal, like nothing had happened. But that wasn't the end of it. Right after, the lights in the basement flickered and went out, plunging us into darkness. Our flashlights were the only things keeping us from being totally blind. We heard a loud bang from somewhere close, like something heavy had fallen, and then whispering, faint but clear enough to make out words I couldn't understand. It sounded like someone was right next to us, breathing in our ears. The rookie lost it. He started backing away, his flashlight shaking so much the beam danced all over the place. "I can't do this," he said, his voice cracking. "I'm out." He turned and bolted for the stairs, leaving me alone down there. I called after him, but he was gone. I was left standing in the dark, with that whispering still going on around me, and the feeling that something was getting closer. I forced myself to move, heading back toward the stairs, my heart hammering against my ribs. Every shadow seemed to shift, and I kept expecting to see that figure again. When I got back to the front desk, the rookie was already there, gathering his stuff. He wouldn't even look at me. "I quit," he said, and he walked out without another word. I was alone, shaking, trying to process what had just happened. Later that day, after the sun came up and things calmed down a bit, I started looking into what those sage bundles might mean. I found out they're used for warding, like to keep spirits away. It hit me then that maybe the hotel was haunted and someone had tried to protect it. But whatever was down there, it didn't seem to be kept out. I never saw that figure again, and the motion sensors haven't gone off since, but I can't forget that night. The way it felt, the cold, the fear, it stuck with me. Sometimes when I'm working late, I'll catch a whiff of that burnt sage smell and my skin crawls. I don't know what it was, and I probably never will, but I know one thing for sure. I'm never going down to that basement alone again. Story 4. I was in my late 20s when I moved into this small loft apartment on the edge of the city. It was one of those places that seemed perfect on paper, affordable with high ceilings and big windows that let in a lot of light during the day. I thought it'd be a fresh start after a rough patch, you know? But looking back, I should have paid attention to the little things that felt off from the beginning, like how the air always felt heavy, even with the windows open, or how the silence in the place had a weight to it, like it was waiting for something. The whole breathing thing started subtly. My boyfriend was over one weekend and we were just lounging around. He dozed off on the couch for a nap, and when he woke up he looked kind of uneasy. He said, "Hey, did you hear that? Sounded like someone breathing right next to me." I laughed it off, told him it was probably just the air conditioner or something, but he was serious. He said it was slow and deliberate, like someone was right there in the room with us. I didn't think much of it at the time. We'd been watching a scary movie the night before, and I figured it was just his mind playing tricks. But then, a few days later, I was alone in the apartment, and I heard it for the first time. It was a Saturday afternoon, and I was tidying up, not really paying attention. At first I thought it was my own breathing, but then I realized it was coming from across the room. Slow, heavy inhales and exhales, like someone was taking their time, just breathing. I froze mid-step, my heart starting to beat faster. I stood there for what must have been a full minute, just listening, trying to figure out where it was coming from. It didn't sound like any normal noise, not the fridge, not the pipes. It was too rhythmic, too human. Over the next couple of weeks, it kept happening. Always, when I was alone, I'd be reading a book or cooking dinner, and I'd hear it again. Each time, it seemed a little louder, a little closer. Sometimes it felt like it was drifting toward me, especially when I was in bed at night. I'd lie there with the covers pulled up to my chin, my whole body tense, listening to those breaths get nearer. It was the kind of sound that made the hair on my arms stand up, deep and steady, like whoever was making it knew exactly what they were doing. I started sleeping with the lights on, which I hadn't done since I was a kid. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, sweating, convinced I'd heard it right by my ear. Then there was the day everything came to a head. It was a Tuesday, I remember, because I'd had a long day at work and just wanted to collapse. The weather had been gloomy all afternoon, with a drizzle that made the streets slick and dark. I pulled into my parking spot around 6 in the evening, my shoulders aching from sitting at my desk all day. As I walked up to my apartment door, keys jangling in my hand, I felt this weird sense of dread building in my chest. I don't know why. Maybe it was the way the shadows stretched in the hallway or how quiet the building was. I unlocked the door and pushed it open, and that's when I heard it. A long, drawn-out exhale, right as I stepped inside. It wasn't loud, but it was unmistakable, like someone had been holding their breath and finally let it out, right there in the room with me. My stomach clenched so hard I almost doubled over. I froze in the doorway, my hand still on the knob, and just listened. For a second, there was nothing. Then another slow inhale from somewhere near the living area. It was closer than it had ever been before. I forced myself to step inside and close the door, my heart hammering against my ribs. I flipped on all the lights as I went, but it didn't help much. The loft felt smaller, suffocating. I dropped my bag by the door and went to the kitchen to get a glass of water, my hands shaking so bad I almost dropped the cup. That's when I started thinking about Steve. Steve was a friend from college, a musician, always full of life. He died in a motorcycle accident a few weeks back, and his funeral had been hard, really hard. Afterward, I'd been driving home, feeling numb, and I popped in this demo CD he'd given me. We used to joke about it. He said it was his big break material. But when I tried to take it out, it got stuck in the player. No matter what I did, it wouldn't eject. At the time, it felt like one more thing going wrong. But now, standing in my kitchen with those breaths echoing in my ears, it felt like something else. I tried to shake it off. I told myself I was just stressed. Work, Steve's death, all of it piling up. I made dinner, but I couldn't eat much. Every little noise made me jump. The hum of the fridge, a car passing outside. But underneath it all, I could still hear that breathing. It was like a background noise that kept getting louder, more insistent. I ended up sitting on the couch with the TV on, some mindless show playing, but I wasn't really watching. I was just waiting, straining to hear if it would stop. It didn't. As the night wore on, it got worse. Around 9 o'clock, I was in the bathroom brushing my teeth, and I heard it right behind me. I spun around, but there was nothing there. My reflection in the mirror looked pale, eyes wide with fear. I rushed out, my toothbrush still in my hand, and went to bed early, hoping sleep would make it go away. But lying in bed was the worst. The room was dark except for the streetlights filtering through the blinds, and the breathing was so clear now. Inhale, exhale, slow and heavy, like it was right next to the bed. I pulled the blanket over my head, but I could still hear it. It felt like it was circling me, getting closer with each breath. My mind started racing. What if it was something attached to the apartment? Or what if it was Steve? That thought made me feel guilty and scared at the same time. Steve was a good guy. He wouldn't want to frighten me. But why would his CD be stuck? Why now? I remembered how, at his funeral, his mum had said he'd been working on new songs, ones about moving on and finding peace. It didn't make sense, but in that moment nothing did. The peak came around 11 that night. I was lying in bed, trying to breathe slowly myself, to calm down, when the breathing suddenly got louder. It wasn't just in the room anymore. It felt like it was right over me, hovering. I could feel the air move with each exhale, cool against my skin. My whole body went rigid with fear. I couldn't take it anymore. I bolted upright, scrambled out of bed and ran for the door. I didn't even grab shoes or a jacket. I just fled down the stairs and out into the parking lot. The night air was cold and damp, and the pavement was wet under my bare feet. I fumbled for my car keys, my hands shaking so much I dropped them twice. When I finally got the door open, I slid into the driver's seat and slammed it shut, locking it behind me. I was panting, my chest tight, and I could still hear those breaths in my head, like they'd followed me out. That's when I remembered the CD player. Steve's demo was still stuck in there, and without even thinking, I started begging it to work. I mean literally begging, out loud like a crazy person. "Please, just eject, come on, please," I muttered, pressing the button over and over. At first, nothing happened. The display lit up, but the CD didn't budge. I felt a surge of panic. What if I was trapped out here with this thing? But then, after what felt like forever, there was a click and the CD slid out. I grabbed it, my fingers trembling, and just held it for a second. It was warm from being in the player, and the case had a small crack on the side from when I'd tried to pry it out before. I didn't know why I was doing this, but something in me said to go back inside and play it. So I did. I unlocked the apartment door, half expecting to hear that exhale again, but it was quiet. I went straight to the small stereo I had in the living room, put the CD in, and hit play. The first notes of Steve's guitar filled the room, a simple acoustic melody he'd written years ago. I sat down on the floor, my back against the couch, and just listened. The music was familiar and warm, like he was right there with me. I could almost hear him humming along, the way he used to when we'd hang out. As the songs played, one after another, something shifted. The heavy feeling in the air started to lift. The breathing I'd been hearing for weeks, it just stopped. Not gradually, but all at once, like someone had flipped a switch. I sat there for a long time, maybe an hour, just listening to the whole CD. There was this one track, a slower song about saying goodbye, and when it came on, I felt this wave of peace wash over me. It wasn't just relief. It was like something had been resolved, something I didn't even understand. When the CD ended, the room was silent, but it was a good silence. Calm and empty in a way it hadn't been since I moved in. I didn't hear any more breathing that night. I stayed on the floor for a while longer, then eventually got up and went to bed. I slept through the rest of the night without any nightmares, without waking up once. The next morning, I woke up feeling different, lighter. I decided then that I wouldn't let the fear control me anymore. Whatever that was, it was gone, and I wasn't going to dwell on it. I kept Steve's CD on a shelf where I could see it, and every now and then I'd play it, just to remember that night. But I never heard the breathing again. To this day, I have no idea what caused it, or why the music made it stop. It's one of those things that just happened, and I've learned to live with the mystery. Story 5. I never thought I'd be typing this out, but I need to get it off my chest. It's been weighing on me, and maybe writing it down will help, or maybe it'll just make it worse. I don't know. But here goes. I was working as a cleaner at St. Paul's Catholic Church in Brooklyn, Massachusetts, right after I finished college. I'd graduated with a degree in English, which didn't exactly open a lot of doors, so I took whatever job I could get. The church was hiring for night shifts, and the pay was enough to cover my rent for a tiny apartment nearby. During the day, the place was kind of nice, quiet, with sunlight streaming through the stained glass windows, and sometimes you'd hear people praying or just sitting in the pews. But at night, it was a whole different story. The building is old, from the early 1900s, and it has this heaviness to it when the sun goes down, like the air gets thicker, and every little sound echoes in a way that makes your skin crawl. That Friday night I started my shift around 10 o'clock. I usually worked from 10 at night until 6 in the morning, cleaning the main hall, the bathrooms, and sometimes helping with setup for morning services. Most nights, it was just me and the caretaker, Ray, who'd pop in and out to check on things. Ray's a good guy, practical, always had a logical explanation for everything. He'd been working there for years and never seemed spooked by anything. Me, I'm not superstitious or anything, but being alone in that big, empty church at night always put me on edge. I'd bring my headphones and listen to podcasts to drown out the silence, but that night I'd forgotten them at home. So there I was, around midnight, taking a break in one of the pews near the back. I'd just finished mopping the floors, and the smell of bleach was still strong in the air. The church was dead quiet, no pun intended, just the hum of the old heating system and the occasional creak from the wood settling. I was sitting there, staring at the altar, thinking about how I needed to find a better job soon, when I heard it. Faint piano music, like someone was playing softly from somewhere above me. At first, I thought I was imagining it. Maybe it was the wind or something outside. But it kept going, this slow rhythmic melody that sounded familiar, but I couldn't place it. It wasn't loud, just enough to be noticeable, like a half-remembered song from a dream. I sat up straight, my heart starting to beat a little faster. The music was coming from the attic, I was sure of it. The attic in that church is this cramped space above the main hall, filled with old furniture, broken statues, and a bunch of other junk nobody uses anymore. There's a piano up there, an old upright that's been broken for years, keys stuck, strings rusted, totally unplayable. Ray told me once that it hadn't been touched in decades. I listened for a minute, trying to make sense of it. The notes were clear, not random, like someone was actually playing a tune. It wasn't spooky music from a horror movie or anything. It was almost gentle, but in that empty church it felt wrong. My mind raced. Maybe Ray was messing with me. He'd done little pranks before, like hiding my cleaning supplies or making noises to scare me. So I stood up and called out, "Ray, is that you? Stop fooling around." As soon as I spoke, the music stopped. Just cut off, like someone had lifted their hands from the keys. The silence that followed was even heavier than before. I waited, holding my breath, but nothing. No footsteps, no laughter, nothing. My heart was pounding now, and I could feel a cold sweat starting on my back. I grabbed my flashlight from my belt. It was one of those heavy-duty ones, since the church's lighting was spotty in some areas, and decided I had to check it out. I couldn't just let it go. I'd be jumping at every sound for the rest of the night. The staircase to the attic is this narrow wooden thing tucked away in a corner behind the choir loft. It's steep and creaky, and the door at the top is usually locked, but that night it was slightly ajar. I shined my flashlight up the steps, and the beam cut through the darkness, showing dust motes dancing in the air. I started climbing, each step groaning under my weight. The air got colder as I went up, which was weird because the church was warm downstairs. It was like stepping into a fridge. When I pushed the door open, the attic was exactly how I remembered it, dusty, cluttered, and smelling of old wood and mildew. I swept the flashlight around, and the beam landed on piles of old hymnals, broken chairs, and that piano in the corner. It was covered in a white sheet that was grey with dust, and the keys were visible where the sheet had slipped off. I walked over slowly, my shoes crunching on the grit covering the floorboards. The cold was seeping through my clothes, and I wrapped my free arm around myself, shivering. I reached the piano and just stood there for a second, listening. Nothing. The attic was silent, except for the faint sound of my own breathing. I reached out and touched one of the keys. It was dead, no sound at all, just a stiff, unyielding surface. I pressed a few more and they didn't budge. Rusted solid, like Ray said, so how could there have been music? My mind was racing, trying to come up with explanations. Maybe it was a recording from somewhere, or pipes knocking, but it didn't sound like that. It was too melodic, too intentional. Then I noticed the storage closet behind me. It's this metal-doored thing built into the wall, used for storing old vestments and other church stuff. The doors were shut, but as I turned, I saw that one of them was slightly open, just a crack. I don't know why, but I felt drawn to it. Maybe I thought someone was hiding in there, playing a trick. I took a step toward it, my flashlight beam shaking a little because my hand was trembling. That's when it happened. A loud, violent slam erupted from the closet, like someone had thrown the door shut with all their strength. The sound was deafening in the small space, and it echoed through the attic, making the whole floor vibrate. I jumped back, my heart leaping into my throat, and I dropped my flashlight. It clattered to the floor and went out, plunging me into complete darkness. For a second I couldn't move, just stood there frozen, my ears ringing from the noise. Then panic set in. I stumbled backward, tripping over something, probably a box, and scrambled to my feet. I didn't even bother looking for the flashlight. I just ran for the staircase, half falling down the steps in my hurry to get out. I didn't stop running until I was back in the main hall, my chest heaving, sweat pouring down my face. I leaned against a pew, trying to catch my breath, and glanced up at the attic door. It was still open, dark and silent. I didn't hear anything else. No music, no more slams. But the fear was so raw it felt like it was burning inside me. I grabbed my stuff from the cleaning cart, clocked out early on the old time clock near the entrance, and got the hell out of there. I didn't even finish my shift. I just left and never went back for night work. I still don't know what that was. Ray said it was probably the wind or the building settling, but that doesn't explain the music or the door slamming when I was the only one up there. I heard from another cleaner, Maddie Soul, that weird stuff happens there all the time. Whispers, lights flickering, but I never believed it until that night. Whatever it was, it felt real, and I can't shake the chills I get whenever I pass by the church now. It's like something reached out and touched me in the dark, and I'll never forget it. Story 6. We decided to build a cardboard castle in the living room. Mum had saved up a bunch of boxes from grocery trips, and we'd been planning this for days. The living room was this big open space with dark wood floors and a fireplace that never seemed to warm the room properly. The walls were covered in this old floral wallpaper that was starting to peel at the edges. And there was always this damp, earthy smell coming from the cellar door in the corner. The cellar was one of those places we weren't allowed to go near. Mom said it was unsafe, but I think it was more than that. Sometimes when I'd walk past it, I'd feel a chill, like someone was watching me from the other side. We started building around noon. Sarah was sitting on the couch, scrolling through her phone, but every now and then she'd look up like she heard something. The house was quiet, except for the wind outside and the occasional creak from the floorboards upstairs. My brother and I were stacking boxes, using tape to hold them together, and we draped an old sheet over the top to make it look like a real castle. I remember my hands were cold, and I kept rubbing them together to warm up. The air in the room felt heavy, like before a storm, but there was no rain forecasted. As we worked, I couldn't shake this feeling that something was off. The light coming through the windows was weak and grey, casting long shadows across the floor. At one point I dropped a roll of tape, and when I bent down to pick it up, I noticed the cellar door was slightly ajar. I could have sworn it was closed earlier. I didn't say anything because I didn't want to scare my brother, but I felt this knot tighten in my stomach. Sarah must have noticed it too, because she got up and pushed it shut, muttering about drafts. We kept building, and after a couple of hours, we had this pretty impressive fortress set up. It was tall enough that I could stand inside it, and we'd cut out windows and a door. My brother was pretending to be a knight, and I was the king, and we were having this whole imaginary battle with stuffed animals as enemies. I'd taken off my scarf, this thick woolly one my grandma had knitted for me, and tossed it on the floor near the castle because I was getting too warm from all the moving around. Then, around 4 in the afternoon, everything changed. The light outside was starting to fade, and Sarah had turned on a lamp in the corner, but it didn't do much to brighten the room. We were in the middle of our play, laughing and shouting, when suddenly this cold rush of air swept through the room. It wasn't like the wind from outside. This was different, sharper, more focused, like it came from nowhere. The temperature dropped so fast that I could see my breath for a second, and goosebumps prickled up my arms. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. Before I could even process it, the cardboard castle just collapsed. It didn't fall over slowly. It was like something shoved it from the inside. The boxes crumpled inward, and the sheet on top fluttered down like a ghost. At the same time, my scarf, which was lying on the floor a few feet away, lifted into the air. Not like it was blown by the wind, but like it was being pulled up by an invisible hand. It rose slowly, twisting and turning, until it was about head height, just hanging there. I remember the way the wool fibers seemed to catch the dim light, and for a second it looked almost beautiful, but then the fear kicked in. My brother let out this high-pitched scream and scrambled backward, knocking over a chair. Sarah jumped up from the couch, her phone clattering to the floor. Her face went pale, and she stared at the scarf, her mouth hanging open. I couldn't move. I was rooted to the spot, my legs feeling like jelly. The scarf hung there for what felt like forever, but it was probably only a few seconds. Then it dropped straight down, landing in a heap on the floor like nothing had happened. The room was dead silent for a moment, except for the sound of my brother sobbing. Sarah rushed over to us, her hands shaking as she pulled us close. "It's okay, it's okay," she kept saying, but her voice was trembling, and I could feel how fast her heart was beating when she hugged me. The cold air was gone as quickly as it came, but the room still felt icy, and that heavy atmosphere was back, worse than before. We all huddled together on the couch, not saying much. Sarah kept glancing around the room, like she expected something else to happen. My brother was clinging to me, his whole body shaking. I tried to act brave, but inside, I was terrified. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. Was it a draft? But the windows were closed, and the cellar door was shut. There was no fan or anything that could have caused it. The scarf lifting like that, it didn't make any sense. It was too controlled, too deliberate. After a while, Sarah suggested we go to the kitchen, to get some hot chocolate, maybe to calm us down. The kitchen was at the back of the house, and to get there, we had to pass the door to the shed. The shed was this small wooden structure attached to the house, and it was always locked. Mom said it was full of old tools and junk, but whenever I went near it, I felt this sense of dread. The wood was rotting in places, and there was this damp, moldy smell that seeped out from under the door. As we walked by, I thought I heard a faint scratching sound, like nails on wood. I glanced at Sarah, and she must have heard it too because she quickened her pace, pulling us along. In the kitchen, Sarah busied herself making hot chocolate, but her hands were still unsteady. She spilled milk on the counter and kept looking over her shoulder. The kitchen had this big, old-fashioned stove, and the lights were dim, casting shadows that seemed to move when you weren't looking. We sat at the table sipping our drinks, but no one was really talking. My brother had stopped crying, but he was still sniffly, and he kept his eyes fixed on the doorway like he was afraid something would come through. I remember staring at the pattern on the tablecloth. It was this faded floral design that matched the wallpaper in the living room, and trying to convince myself that it was all in my head, but I couldn't shake the image of that scarf lifting into the air. It felt like a message, like whatever was in the house was letting us know it was there. The cold rush, the collapsing castle. It was too coordinated to be random. As it got darker outside, Sarah decided we should stay in the kitchen until my mom got home. She turned on all the lights, but it didn't help much. The house just felt bigger and emptier, with the shadows pushed back. We could hear the wind picking up again, rattling the windows, and every creak or groan from the house made us jump. At one point, there was a loud bang from upstairs, like a door slamming shut. Sarah flinched and grabbed my arm, her nails digging into my skin. "Probably just the wind," she whispered, but she didn't sound convinced. We waited for what felt like hours, but it was probably only until around 6 o'clock when Mom finally came home. As soon as she walked in, the tension in the room eased a little. She could tell something was wrong right away. We were all pale and quiet, and Sarah looked like she'd seen a ghost. Mom asked what happened, and we all started talking at once, stumbling over our words as we tried to explain. When I got to the part about the scarf, Mom's face went serious, and she didn't say anything for a long moment. She just hugged us tight and told us we were safe now. Years later, when I was in high school, Mom and I were talking about that house one night. We'd moved out a couple of years after the incident, and the new owners had renovated the place, stripping away the old wallpaper and updating everything. Mom said she always felt uneasy there, but she never wanted to scare us. Then she told me something she'd never mentioned before, that on the same day as our cardboard castle incident, she'd been lying in her bed upstairs, trying to nap before work, when the bed started trembling. Not shaking violently, but this subtle, steady vibration, like someone was gently rocking it. She thought it was her imagination at first, but then the bedroom door swung open on its own, slow and creaky, and stayed open. She said she felt this cold presence in the room, the same kind of cold rush we'd experienced downstairs. She never told us because she didn't want us to be more afraid than we already were. Hearing that made everything click into place. The damp shed, the cellar, the heavy feeling. It wasn't just us kids imagining things. The house had something in it, something that didn't want us there. Even after the renovations, I wonder if it's still there, buried under the new paint and floors, waiting for the next family to move in. I'll never forget that day, the way the scarf hung in the air and the silence that followed. It's one of those memories that stays with you, sharp and clear, no matter how much time passes. I still don't have an explanation for any of it, and I doubt I ever will. Story 7. It was a Tuesday night, I think. The days blend together when you're working nights. I clocked in around 10 o'clock, same as always. The hospital was dead quiet, the way it gets after visiting hours are over, My first few rounds were normal. I checked on patients in the West Wing, then made my way to the East Side, where there's this 4-bedroom that's always a little creepier than the others. I don't know why, but the air feels heavier in there, like it's holding its breath. People say it's haunted, and I've heard stories from other staff about weird noises or things moving, but I've never paid much mind to it. I'm not superstitious. I just do my job. Around midnight, I was in that 4-bedroom. It's set up with 2 beds on each side, and there's a pedal bin. You know, one of those metal trash cans with a foot pedal to open the lid, sitting between the beds near the wall. It's nothing special, just a standard hospital bin for disposing of small waste like tissues or wrappers. The room was dim, with only the night lights on, casting long shadows. All 4 patients were asleep, their breathing steady. One of them, an older man, had a pillow partly hanging off the edge of his bed, almost touching the floor. Everything felt normal, or as normal as it gets at that hour. I was doing my checks, writing down numbers on my clipboard, when I heard a soft thud. At first I thought it was just a patient shifting in bed or something outside the room, but then it happened again, louder this time. I turned toward the sound, and that's when I saw it. The pedal bin. Its lid was jerking up and down like someone was tapping the pedal, but no one was near it. The pillow from the older man's bed was resting on top of the lid, and it was bouncing with each movement. My heart skipped a beat. I froze for a second, just staring, thinking maybe I was tired or seeing things, but no, it was real. The bin was banging against the floor, a sharp metallic sound that echoed in the quiet room. I remember feeling a cold sweat break out on my forehead. My hands started to shake, and I had to grip my clipboard tighter to steady them. I looked around the room. All the patients were still asleep, undisturbed. No one else was there. The door was closed, and the hallway outside was empty. I took a step closer, my shoes squeaking on the linoleum floor, and the banging got more violent. The lid was flapping up and down faster now, like it was angry or something. The pillow on top was jiggling, threatening to fall off. I could hear the hinge creaking, a high-pitched noise that made the hair on my arms stand up. My mind was racing. I thought about all the stories I'd heard about this room, how nurses would talk about feeling watched or hearing whispers. I never believed any of it, but in that moment it felt like every rumor was true. I wanted to run, but my feet felt glued to the floor. I kept telling myself it had to be a draft or a malfunction, but the bin was moving too deliberately. It wasn't random. It was like it had a purpose. The banging was rhythmic, almost like a heartbeat, and it was getting louder. I could feel the vibrations through the floor, a subtle tremor that made my legs feel weak. I must have stood there for what felt like hours, but it was probably only a minute or 2. The sound was so intense now that I was afraid it would wake the patients. One of them stirred, and I panicked. I knew I had to do something. My training kicked in, sort of. I took a deep breath and forced myself to move toward the bin. Each step felt heavy, like I was walking through mud. The air was cold, colder than it should have been, and I could see my breath fogging slightly in the dim light. As I got closer, the banging seemed to focus on me, like it was aware I was there. When I was about a foot away, I reached out slowly, my hand trembling. I didn't want to touch it, but I had to stop the noise. The lid was still jerking violently, and the pillow was sliding around. I grabbed the pillow. It was soft and a bit damp from the room's humidity, and pulled it off. The second I did, the banging stopped, just like that. The lid settled back into place, and the room went silent, except for the soft breathing of the patients. I stood there, holding the pillow, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I was breathing fast, almost panting, and my skin was covered in goosebumps. I didn't know what to do next. I just stared at the bin, half expecting it to start up again, but it didn't. It was perfectly still. After a moment, I bent down to check it. I pressed the pedal with my foot, and the lid opened smoothly. I looked inside. It was empty, completely empty. No trash, no nothing, just the bare metal bottom. That made it even creepier. If there had been something in there, maybe I could have explained it away, but there wasn't. I closed the lid and stepped back, my mind reeling. Why would an empty bin move like that? And why did it stop when I took the pillow off? I stayed in the room for a few more minutes just watching, but nothing else happened. The patients were still asleep, and the room felt normal again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I finished my checks as quickly as I could, my hands still shaking, and left the room. The rest of my shift was a blur. I kept looking over my shoulder, jumping at every little noise. When I passed by that room later, I avoided going in unless I had to. I told one of my co-workers about it during break, and she just nodded like she wasn't surprised. She said that room has a history, that other people have seen things too, but no one talks about it much. It's one of those hospital secrets that everyone knows, but no one admits. By the time my shift ended around 6 in the morning, I was exhausted but too wired to sleep. I drove home with the radio off, just thinking about what happened. The image of that bin banging on its own is stuck in my head. I keep replaying it, wondering if I could have done something different or if I imagined it, but I didn't. It was real. The cold air, the sound, the way it stopped when I touched the pillow, it all felt too deliberate to be a coincidence. I've been home for a couple of hours now, and I'm still sitting here, trying to make sense of it. Part of me wants to believe it was just a weird fluke, but another part knows it was something else, something I can't explain, and that's what scares me the most, not knowing what it was or why it happened. I just hope it doesn't happen again, but I have a feeling it might. That room, that bin, it's like it's waiting. Story 8. This particular day started like any other. A grey, cold Saturday in late autumn. The kind of day where the light never really gets bright, it just sort of lingers in a dull twilight from morning until late afternoon. I was in the kitchen, making a cup of coffee, trying to shake off the weird feeling I'd woken up with. It was a tightness in my chest, a kind of background hum of dread that had become pretty normal living there. But that morning it was louder. The house was quiet, but it was the wrong kind of quiet. It was a listening quiet. The first thing that really set me off was the sound from the crawl space. Every house has its noises, right? But this was different. We had a cellar, a proper one with concrete steps and a dusty floor, but off to the side of the cellar was this low, narrow door that led into the crawl space under the front part of the house. It was just a dirt-floored cavity, maybe 3 feet high, packed with the smell of cold earth and decay. We never went in there. Nobody had, from the looks of it, in 50 years. The sound was a slow, deliberate scrape, like something heavy being dragged through the dirt. Not a rat scuttling. This had weight to it. I froze with the coffee mug in my hand, my whole body going cold. I held my breath, listening. Nothing. Just the thump of my own heart in my ears. I let out a shaky breath, telling myself it was the pipes, it was the foundation shifting, it was anything but what my gut was screaming it was. I tried to go about my morning, but the feeling wouldn't leave. It was like I was being watched from the walls themselves. I kept glancing at the door to the basement, which we always kept closed, and, I'm embarrassed to say, sometimes pushed a little wooden wedge under. It felt stupid, but it made us feel a little safer. Around midday, I decided to do some laundry. The laundry room was in the basement. I hated going down there. The light from the single bare bulb never seemed to reach the corners, and the air was always 10 degrees colder and thick, with the smell of damp concrete and something else, something sour. I opened the door and flicked the switch, the bulb buzzing to life and casting its weak yellow glow down the wooden stairs. I started down, my hand on the rough railing. I was about halfway down when I felt it. It wasn't a push, not like a hand shoving me. It was more like a sudden, immense pressure on my back between my shoulder blades. It was solid and cold, a force that just leaned into me. My feet went out from under me instantly. There was no time to grab anything, no time to even yell. I just pitched forward, tumbling down the last 6 or 7 steps in a jarring, painful clatter of limbs. I landed in a heap on the hard concrete floor, the wind knocked out of me, my ankle screaming in pain. I lay there for a second, gasping, the cold of the floor seeping through my clothes. The shock was worse than the pain. I hadn't slipped, I hadn't tripped, I had been pushed. I knew it with a certainty that turned my blood to ice. I scrambled up, ignoring the throbbing in my ankle, and practically flew back up the stairs, slamming the basement door shut behind me and leaning against it, my heart hammering against my ribs. I was crying, just quiet, terrified sobs. This was new. It had never gotten physical before. The rest of the afternoon was a blur of fear. I stayed in the living room, wrapped in a blanket, jumping at every little sound. The house felt charged, angry. The quiet felt aggressive. I kept looking at things, ordinary things, and waiting for them to move. A book on the shelf, a lamp on the side table. We'd had things move before, just small things, misplaced. A hairbrush would be on the kitchen counter when you were sure you'd left it in the bathroom. You could almost convince yourself you'd just forgotten. But then there was the chair. A few weeks before this, I'd been sitting in the living room, and one of the dining room chairs, a heavy wooden one, had just slid back. It scraped against the floorboards with a shriek and came to a stop a good 2 feet away from the table. No one was near it. The floor wasn't uneven. It just moved. I'd sat there, frozen, staring at the empty space where the chair had been, feeling that same cold dread I felt now. As the weak afternoon light began to fade into early evening, the dread just got heavier. It was a palpable thing, a weight in the air. I needed to do something to feel normal, so I decided I'd iron a shirt. Something mindless, something that would keep my hands busy and my brain occupied. The ironing board was set up in a little nook off the hallway near the front door. I plugged in the iron, set it on its heel, and went to get the shirt from my bedroom. I wasn't gone for more than a minute. When I came back, the iron wasn't on its heel, it was face down on the rug. And it was on. My brain couldn't process it at first. I had just plugged it in. I hadn't even turned the dial from the off position. I stared at it, at the little red light on the side that was glowing, at the faint wisp of smoke curling up from the synthetic fibers of the rug. Then the smell hit me. The acrid, toxic stench of melting plastic and burnt fabric. A scream caught in my throat. I rushed over and fumbled with the plug, my hands shaking so badly I could barely yank it from the wall socket. Then I grabbed the iron's handle. It was searing hot. I dropped it with a cry, my fingers already blistering. It landed on its side, hissing against the ruined rug. The burn mark was a perfect blackened rectangle, deep and ugly. It hadn't just fallen. If it had fallen from the board, it would have landed on its side or back. This was placed, deliberately, face down on a flammable surface, and the dial had been turned to the highest setting. That was the moment. That was the moment the fear curdled into something else, something absolute and final. This wasn't just noises or feelings or misplaced objects. This was malice. This was an intelligence that wanted to cause harm. It had taken a simple, everyday object, a thing of domestic routine, and turned it into a weapon. It had tried to burn the house down with me in it. I sank to my knees on the floor, clutching my burned hand, staring at that black scar on the rug. The terror was so complete it was almost peaceful. There was no more doubt, no more questioning my sanity. The house was angry. There was something in it, something that hated us. And the worst part, the thought that had been scratching at the back of my mind for months, finally surfaced with crystal clarity. We thought there were bodies in the crawl space. We never saw them. We never had any proof. But the feeling that came from that little dirt hole was one of possession, of a deep, rotten wrongness. It felt like a grave. I don't know how long I sat there. The room got darker. I didn't turn on a light. I just sat in the growing gloom, the smell of burnt rug filling my nose, the throb in my ankle, and the sharper pain in my hand, anchoring me to the reality of it all. This had happened. This was real. When my family got home later, they found me like that. I didn't have to say much. They saw my hand, they saw the rug, they saw the look on my face. We had a hushed, frantic conversation right there in the hallway. There was no debate, no "let's wait and see." The iron incident was the final line. It was over. We packed what we could that night. We didn't care about most of our stuff. We just grabbed essentials, clothes, important papers. We moved like ghosts ourselves, quietly, quickly, not wanting to draw any more attention. Every creak of the floorboards made us freeze. Every time the wind whistled outside, it sounded like a whisper from the crawl space. I was the last one to leave. I stood in the empty living room for a second, my bag in my good hand, and I looked towards the door that led to the basement, to the crawl space. I didn't feel brave. I didn't feel like I was facing it down. I just felt its presence, a cold, hateful awareness radiating from the very bones of the house. It knew we were leaving, and I felt for a second, not relief, but a flicker of its anger at our escape. We drove through the night, out of that town, out of that state. We never went back. We left everything else behind. I never found out who lived there after us, or if anything else ever happened. I don't want to know. But sometimes on a cold, grey day, when I'm doing something mundane like plugging in an iron, my hand will hesitate. I'll feel that cold pressure on my back again, just for a second. And I'll smell, just for a moment, the faint, phantom scent of burnt wool and old, cold dirt. Boom. Story 9. It was a Tuesday, I think. Yeah, a Tuesday. Because I remember we were supposed to have that course the next day, and Mikhail was driving up to it alone since I had to finish up some work on a bumper for a customer. The shop was quiet that morning, just the usual hum of the heaters, fighting the cold and the smell of grease and paint thinner hanging in the air. I was sanding down a dent on an old Volvo, my hands aching from the vibration when my phone buzzed in my pocket. I almost didn't answer it. My gloves were covered in dust, and I was in the zone. But something made me pull them off and pick up. It was our boss, Jan, his voice tight, like he was holding back a cough. He didn't say much at first, just asked if I was sitting down. I wasn't. I was standing by the workbench, leaning against it because my back was sore from hunching over. He told me there'd been an accident. Mikhail was driving through the Nordhav tunnel on his way to the course, and his car crossed into the other lane, hit a truck head-on. He didn't make it. I remember my knees just gave way. I slid down against the bench, the cold metal digging into my spine, and the phone felt like a brick in my hand. Jan was still talking, saying something about the police and arrangements, but his voice turned into a buzz, like a fly stuck in my ear. All I could see was Mikhail's face from that day in the shop, maybe 2 weeks back, when we were messing around with that hearse. We'd been working on it for a couple of days, this old black hearse that came in for some body work after a minor scrape. It was creepy, but in a funny way, the kind of thing you joke about to lighten the mood. That afternoon, the light was fading early, like it always does in Norway around that time of year, and the shop felt dim and shadowy. Mikhail was in a good mood, humming some song he liked, and I dared him to lie down in the back, like a corpse, just for a laugh. He grinned, that easy smile he always had, and climbed in without hesitation. He folded his hands over his chest, all serious, and I remember how his knuckles looked pale against his dark jacket. I closed the door, and it made this heavy thud, the kind of sound that echoes in a quiet room. We both burst out laughing, but then he pushed the door open and said, "Man, it's just cold in there." His breath misted in the air, and he rubbed his arms like he was shaking off a chill. We moved on to the next job, and I forgot about it until now. Sitting there on the floor, the memory hit me like a punch to the gut. My hands started shaking, and I had to grip the edge of the bench to steady myself. The shop suddenly felt too big, too empty, with all the tools and cars around me like silent witnesses. I could still smell the faint odor of the hearse's interior, that mix of old leather and something else, something sterile, like a hospital, lingering in my mind. Jan must have hung up because the phone was silent, and I just sat there, staring at the grime on the floor tiles, trying to make sense of it. After a while, I forced myself to stand up. My legs felt wobbly, like they weren't part of me anymore. I walked over to the sink and splashed cold water on my face, the water stinging my skin. That's when the details started trickling in. Jan called back later, his voice steadier but heavy, and he told me more about the accident. Mikhail's car had veered into oncoming traffic in the tunnel. No one knew why, maybe ice on the road or something with the car itself. The truck he hit was driven by a guy from my country, which felt like another twist of the knife. I'm from Poland, and so many of us work up here in Norway. It's like a small world sometimes. But this, it felt like the world was shrinking around me, squeezing the air out of my lungs. Then Jan mentioned the other apprentice, the one who died the year before in a similar crash. I'd heard about it when I first started, a guy named Eric. I never met him, but people talked about it in hushed tones. 2 apprentices, 2 accidents, both on their way to courses. The coincidence slammed into me, and I had to lean against the wall, my head spinning. I felt nauseous, the sandwich I'd eaten for lunch churning in my stomach. All I could think about was Mikhail in that hearse, his hands folded, and how I'd closed the door like it was nothing. Was it a sign? Did I somehow cause this by making that stupid joke? The guilt washed over me, hot and cold at the same time, and I started sweating even though the shop was chilly. I decided to leave early. I couldn't focus, and every time I looked at a car, I saw Mikhail's face. Driving home felt surreal. The roads were slick, with a thin layer of frost, and I gripped the steering wheel so tight my knuckles turned white. Every tunnel I passed through made my heart race. The Nordhav tunnel isn't far from where we worked, and I've driven through it dozens of times. It's long and dark, with that eerie echo of tires on wet pavement. I kept imagining Mikhail's car swerving, the headlights of the truck blinding him, the impact. The sounds, metal crunching, glass shattering, played in my head on a loop. When I got home, my apartment was quiet, too quiet. I live alone, and usually I like the silence, but that day it felt oppressive. I sat on the couch and stared at the wall, my mind racing. I thought about Mikhail's kindness, how he'd always share his lunch if I forgot mine, or how he'd stay late to help me finish a job without complaining. He was a good friend, the kind who made this foreign country feel like home. And I'd made that joke, treating death like a game. The horror of it settled deep in my bones, a cold dread that wouldn't go away. I tried to distract myself by making coffee, but my hands were still unsteady, and I spilled grounds all over the counter. As I cleaned it up, the memory of the hearse came back sharper. I could almost feel the cold metal of the door handle in my hand, see the way Mikhail's eyes crinkled when he laughed after climbing out. He'd said it was just cold, but now it felt like more, like a premonition I'd ignored. Why did I dare him? Why did he do it? Questions piled up, but there were no answers. Later that evening, I got a text from one of the other guys at the shop, asking if I was okay. I didn't reply. I couldn't. Instead, I pulled out my phone and looked at photos of Mikhail and me from a few months back, at a barbecue by the fjord. He was smiling, his arm around my shoulder, and the sun was glinting off the water. It felt like a lifetime ago. The contrast between that happiness and the emptiness I felt now was crushing. I kept thinking about the truck driver, a guy from Poland like me. What were the odds? It made the whole thing feel personal, like some twisted fate was tying us all together. As night fell, the fear grew worse. Every noise in the building made me jump, the pipes creaking, the wind whistling outside. I lay in bed, but sleep wouldn't come. I just stared at the ceiling, seeing Mikhail in that hearse over and over again. The cold he mentioned, was it just the temperature or something else? I remembered how his breath fogged in the air and how he shivered when he got out. At the time, it was funny, but now it felt eerie, like a warning we both laughed off. The guilt was the worst part. I replayed that moment in my head, wondering if I'd pushed him too far, if my dare had set something in motion. Logically, I know it's stupid, accidents happen and it's not my fault, but in the dark, with the silence pressing in, it felt real. I could almost hear the echo of the hearse door closing, that final thud, and it blended with the sound of the crash in my mind. I started sweating again, my sheets damp, and I had to get up and pace around the room. My heart was pounding, and I felt like I couldn't breathe properly, like the walls were closing in. I thought about going back to work the next day, but the idea of facing that hearse, or any car, made my skin crawl. The shop would smell the same, look the same, but Mikhail wouldn't be there. His toolbox would sit unused, his locker empty. The normality of it all felt wrong, like the world should have stopped, but it kept spinning, indifferent. By early morning I was exhausted, but the horror hadn't faded. I sat by the window, watching the sky lighten slowly, the stars fading one by one. I kept clinging to memories of Mikhail's kindness, how he'd helped me learn Norwegian phrases, or how he'd buy coffee for everyone on cold mornings. Those moments felt solid, real, unlike the nightmare of the accident. But the why haunted me. Why him? Why that day? Why the hearse? The sun was up when I finally moved, my body stiff from sitting too long. I knew I had to call Jan back to figure out what came next, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. Instead, I just sat there, the weight of it all pressing down on me. The joke, the accident, the coincidence. It felt like a puzzle with missing pieces, and I'd never find them. And that's where it ends. I still don't know why it happened, or if that day in the shop meant anything. I just remember the cold, his hands folded, and the door closing. Now he's gone, and I'm left here, wondering. Story 10. It all went down on a Thursday night, back in early November. I'd driven into the city to see my buddy. Let's just call him my friend, since names don't matter here. His wife had been in the ICU for over a week after a bad car accident, and he was a wreck. I mean, totally shattered. We've been close since college, and seeing him like that just killed me. He's usually the tough one, the guy who laughs everything off. But when I showed up at his apartment in Queens, he looked like he hadn't slept in days. His eyes were all red, and he was pacing around like a caged animal. I tried to get him to eat something, but he just shook his head and said he needed air. That's when he suggested we go out, maybe take the tram over to Roosevelt Island. He said he used to go there with his wife sometimes, back when things were normal, and he thought it might help clear his head. I wasn't sure. It was already getting dark and the weather was crap, but I figured anything was better than watching him spiral. So we headed out. The air was thick with this cold, wet mist that clung to everything. You know how New York can get in the fall, when the fog rolls in off the river and makes the whole city feel like a ghost town? That's what it was like. The streets were slick with condensation, and the lights from the buildings looked blurry, like someone had smeared Vaseline over them. We walked to the tram station near 59th Street, and the whole time, my friend was quiet, just staring at his feet. I tried to make small talk, but it felt forced. The tram itself was almost empty, just a couple of other people huddled in their seats, probably tourists or late workers heading home. We found a spot near the window, and as the tram lifted off, I felt this weird weight in my chest, like something was off from the get-go. The ride over the East River was eerie as hell. The mist made it hard to see much, but you could just make out the outlines of the bridges and the skyline fading in and out. The tram swayed gently, and the only sounds were the hum of the machinery and the occasional drip of water from the roof. My friend was staring out the window, not saying a word, and I started to feel this creeping unease. It wasn't anything specific at first, just a nagging sense that we weren't alone. You know that feeling you get when you're a kid and you think someone's watching you from the dark? It was like that, but stronger. I kept glancing around, but there was no one else near us, just those few people at the other end, minding their own business. Then we passed by Blackwell House. I'd never paid much attention to it before, but my friend pointed it out quietly. "That's the old asylum," he muttered, and his voice was so low I almost didn't catch it. I looked down, and through the mist, I could see the outline of this grim, historic building sitting on the island. It's got this reputation for being haunted or something, but I'd always brushed that off as nonsense. But right then, as we glided past, I felt this cold shiver run down my spine. It was like the temperature dropped a few degrees, and I swear I heard something. A faint whisper, or maybe just the wind, but it sounded like someone saying my name. I shook it off, thinking I was just jumpy because of my friend's state. But then my friend turned to me, his face pale in the dim light. "Do you feel that?" he asked, his voice shaky, like someone's following us. And yeah, I did. It was this intense sensation of being watched, not from the tram, but from outside, like something was keeping pace with us in the mist. My heart started beating faster, and I felt this prickle on the back of my neck, like fingers brushing against my skin. I tried to laugh it off. I mean, what else could I do? So I said kinda loudly, "Okay, whoever's messing with us, just stop already. We're not in the mood for games." It was a stupid joke, but I hoped it would break the tension. Instead, the feeling got worse. The air felt heavier, and I could see my friend gripping the seat edge, his knuckles white. The tram kept moving, but it felt like we were suspended in this bubble of silence, like the world had gone mute around us. I remember thinking, this is ridiculous. I'm a grown man getting spooked by fog in an old building. But my gut was screaming at me that something wasn't right. We got off at Roosevelt Island, and the mist was even thicker there, swallowing up the paths and trees. We walked a little along the waterfront, but neither of us said much. My friend was lost in his thoughts, and I was too busy scanning the shadows, half expecting to see someone step out of the fog. After a while, we decided to head back. The whole thing had lasted maybe an hour, but it felt like forever. On the return tram ride, the feeling of being followed came back, stronger than before. It was like this presence was right behind me, breathing down my neck. I kept turning around, but there was nothing there, just empty seats and the same few people who seemed oblivious. My friend was visibly shaking now, and I knew he felt it too. To distract myself, I pulled out my phone. I don't know why, but I wanted to take a picture of the view, maybe to prove to myself later that it was just a normal night. I snapped a quick photo through the tram window, aiming at the city lights shimmering in the mist. We got back to his place, and he went straight to bed, exhausted. I stayed up for a bit, scrolling through my phone, and that's when I saw it, the photo I'd taken. At first, it looked fine, just a blurry shot of the skyline and the river. But then I zoomed in, and my blood ran cold. In the lower corner, near where the tram window met the frame, there was a figure. A woman standing there in the mist, but she wasn't solid. Her feet were translucent, like she was made of smoke or something, fading into the ground. You could see right through them, as if she wasn't fully there. Her face was blurred, but she seemed to be looking right at the camera, and her expression, I can't even describe it. It was empty, like she wasn't really seeing anything, but focused on us. I felt this jolt of pure terror, like ice water dumped over my head. My hands started trembling so bad, I almost dropped my phone. I showed it to my friend the next morning, and he just stared at it, his face going sheet white. He didn't say anything for a long time. Then he whispered, "That's her. That's my wife. But she was in the ICU, hooked up to machines. How could she be there? I tried to rationalize it, maybe a trick of the light or a smudge on the lens. But the more I looked, the more real it felt. The translucent feet, the way she seemed to be floating. It wasn't right. Later that day, I called my own wife to tell her about it. She's usually the sensible one, but when I described the photo and the feeling of being followed, she got quiet. Then she said, her voice all soft and serious, what if it was his wife, watching over him, making sure he was okay? And that idea hit me like a punch to the gut, because what if it was? What if she was there in some way because she was worried about him? It made a sick kind of sense, but it also terrified me. The thought that someone could be there but not really there, that the line between life and whatever comes after might be thinner than we think. A couple of days later, my friend's wife woke up from her coma. She's recovering now, and everyone's calling it a miracle. But I can't forget that night. The cold mist, the eerie silence, that photo on my phone that I still can't bring myself to delete. Sometimes I look at it and feel this chill, like that presence is still with me. I don't know what it was, a ghost, a hallucination, or something else entirely. But it happened, and I can't explain it away. All I know is that misty night on Roosevelt Island, something was with us, and I'll never feel the same about the dark again. Story 11. I've lived near Remsen my whole life, and you hear things. You hear the stories about Star Hill Road and just sort of laugh them off, or you store them away in the back of your mind as local color, something to talk about when you're bored. I never put much stock in any of it. Not really. I'd driven down Star Hill Road plenty of times during the day, and it was just a road. A little winding, kind of pretty in the autumn, surrounded by woods on one side and open fields on the other near the top. It never felt haunted to me. It just felt like a road. But last night changed all of that. I can't sleep. I've been sitting here in my kitchen with all the lights on, just jumping at every little sound the house makes. My hands are still kind of shaky typing this out. I need to get it down. I need to tell someone, because if I don't, I feel like I'm going to burst. And I know how it sounds. I know it sounds like every other ghost story you've ever read, but I swear on everything this happened. This was real. It was a Thursday. I'd had a long, stupid day at work, the kind where everything that can go wrong does, and by the time I was driving home, I was just fried. My brain was mush. I usually take the main roads home, but there was some kind of accident or something. Traffic was backed up for a mile, and I just thought, screw it. I'll take the long way. I'll take Star Hill Road. It was a little after 9 in the evening. Not super late, but late enough that it was fully dark out. The kind of deep country dark you only get when you're away from all the street lights. I turned onto the road, and the first thing I noticed was the silence. My car radio was on, playing some low background noise kind of music, but as soon as my tires hit the pavement of Star Hill, it felt like the sound just got swallowed. The woods on my left were this solid wall of blackness. I remember glancing over and not being able to see a single thing beyond the first line of trees, even with my high beams on. It was like the light just stopped, like it was afraid to go in there. I drove slowly, not because I was scared, but because the road is windy and I was tired. My mind was wandering, thinking about the crap I had to deal with at work the next day, what I was going to make for dinner, just dumb, everyday stuff. And then I saw the first one. It was off to the left, just at the edge of the tree line. A light, a little ball of light just floating there. I figured it was a reflection, maybe from my own headlights hitting a piece of glass or a wet leaf in a weird way. I adjusted my grip on the wheel and kept driving, my eyes flicking back to the spot, but it was still there. And it wasn't a reflection. It was hanging in the air about, I don't know, 6 feet off the ground. It looked like the size of a baseball, maybe a little bigger. It was a soft, warm yellow color, like the light from an old gas lantern. My first rational thought was, someone's out there with a flashlight. But it wasn't beam-shaped. It was a perfect, self-contained sphere, and it wasn't moving like someone was carrying it. It was just hovering. I slowed down even more, my foot easing off the gas. I rolled down my window, the cool night air rushing in, and killed the radio. The silence was absolute now, just the hum of my engine and the sound of the tires on the road. The orb pulsed, very gently. It didn't flicker like a flame. It was more like it was breathing, getting slightly brighter, then slightly dimmer. I was probably only going 10 miles an hour at this point, just crawling along, my eyes glued to this thing. And then it started to move. It drifted away from the tree line, floating out over the ditch and onto the road right in front of my car. I hit the brakes, not hard, just a gentle stop. My heart was starting to thump a little harder in my chest. This wasn't right. This wasn't a trick of the light. This thing was real, and it was in the middle of the road, maybe 30 feet ahead of me. It hung there, pulsing that soft, impossible light. And then, I swear to God, a second one appeared. This one came from the woods on the right side of the road. It floated up from between the trees, same size, same color, and joined the first one in the middle of the pavement. They started to dance. That's the only word for it. They began to circle each other, slowly at first, then faster, weaving in and out, rising and falling in the air. They left faint, shimmering trails behind them, like glow sticks you'd wave around in the dark. It was beautiful, I have to admit. For a few seconds, the fear was gone, and I was just mesmerized. It was the most beautiful, strangest thing I had ever seen. And then I remembered the stories. All those stories I'd heard since I was a kid. The lantern of Daniel Roberts, the doctor from the 1800s who died on this road, or Baron von Steuben's men looking for his lost body. My blood went cold. It was a physical sensation, like someone had poured a bucket of ice water down my back. This wasn't just a neat light show. This was one of the legends. I was seeing it. The two orbs stopped their dance and began to drift towards the passenger side of the road, towards the entrance to Penn Mountain Forest. There's a gated dirt road that leads up into those woods. As they moved, a third one appeared, then a fourth. In less than a minute, there were maybe 8 or 10 of them, all bobbing gently in the air, lining up like they were forming a path from the road into the forest. My hands were gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles were white. I could feel my own pulse in my throat. I should have put the car in reverse. I should have floored it backwards down the road, but I didn't. I was frozen. I just sat there, watching this procession of lights. They were so quiet. That was the worst part. There was no sound associated with them at all. No buzz, no hum, no crackle of energy. Just this profound, heavy silence, broken only by the ragged sound of my own breathing. And then I heard it. It was a sound that came from deep within the woods, from the direction the orbs were pointing. It was a scream. It wasn't a human scream, not exactly. It was too high, too ragged, too full of pure, unadulterated terror. It was the kind of sound you hear in a nightmare, the kind that claws its way into your brain and stays there. It was a blood-curdling scream, just like the stories said, the stories about Barney Hatch. The sound seemed to go on forever, echoing through the trees, and as it did, the orbs all brightened at once, as if in response. Their warm yellow light turned for a moment to a harsh, actinic white, so bright I had to throw my hand up to shield my eyes. The scream cut off abruptly, and in that sudden vacuum of sound, the orbs just winked out, all of them. At the exact same time, 1 second they were there, this brilliant, terrifying constellation leading into the forest. The next second, there was nothing. Just the deep, impenetrable blackness of the woods and the empty road in front of me. The darkness felt thicker now, heavier. It felt like it was pressing in on my car. I couldn't move. I just sat there, staring at the spot where the lights had been, my heart hammering against my ribs like it was trying to escape. My mind was racing, trying to process it, trying to find some logical explanation. A prank? With technology that advanced? Out here? No. A collective hallucination? I was the only one here. There were no other cars. I thought about the other stories all at once, crashing into my head like a wave. The rocking chair in the cemetery that killed you. The pond where the mafia dumped bodies. The hermit village. The man in the military uniform. They weren't just stories anymore. They were a history. A history of fear, of violence, of death, all layered onto this one patch of land. And I was sitting right in the middle of it, breathing its air. I finally got my body to work. I shoved the gear shift into drive and stomped on the gas. The tires squealed and the car lurched forward. I didn't care about the winding road anymore. I just wanted to get out of there. I sped down the rest of Star Hill, my eyes glued to the road in front of me, refusing to look left or right into the woods. Every shadow looked like a person. Every tree stump looked like a figure. I expected to see a man in an old-fashioned military uniform standing at the side of the road, thumb out, asking for a ride to a party that didn't exist. I didn't see anything else. I just drove, my body tense, until I saw the lights of the first house on the main road. I've never been so relieved to see a porch light in my entire life. I drove straight home, ran inside, and locked the door behind me. I've been here ever since. I keep playing it over and over in my head, the way the orbs moved, that sound, that scream. It wasn't an animal. I've heard foxes, I've heard rabbits caught by coyotes. This was different. This was something else. It was a sound of pure, final agony. I can still hear it if I close my eyes. I always thought people who claimed to see this stuff were either lying or looking for attention. I get it now. I understand why you wouldn't tell anyone, because who would believe you? I'm not even sure I believe me, and I was there. I saw it. I felt the air get cold when they appeared. I felt the weight of that silence. I smelled the damp, piney scent of the forest mixed with this weird metallic smell, like ozone after a lightning strike that came right before the scream. It's been hours now. The sun will be up soon. But I don't think the daylight is going to make much of a difference. I don't think I'll ever be able to drive down that road again. I don't think I'll ever be able to unsee those lights or unhear that scream. They're a part of me now. The stories are real. The fear is real. And I don't have any explanation for any of it. I just know what I saw, and I know I'll never forget it. All Story 12. It was one of those afternoons where the house was too quiet. Both kids were down for a nap at the same time, a minor miracle, and the laundry was folded. I remember thinking I should just close my eyes for 10 minutes on the couch. I was so tired. The kind of tired that sinks into your bones, the permanent state of being for a mom with a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old. I didn't even mean to fall into a deep sleep. I just wanted to rest my eyes for a second. The shift wasn't gradual. It was like a channel changing on a TV. One moment I was on my beige couch, a stray Cheerio digging into my cheek. The next, I was standing in a crowded, noisy room. The first thing that hit me was the sound, bass thumping so hard I could feel it in my teeth, laughter loud and sharp, and the clinking of bottles. It was a party. A house party in a place I didn't recognize. The air was thick with cigarette smoke and the sweet, sticky smell of spilled beer. My head felt swimmy, like I'd just stood up too fast, but the feeling wouldn't pass. I looked down at my hands resting on a sticky wooden countertop. They were wrong. My nails were painted a chipped black, and my fingers were long and thin, the knuckles prominent. I'm a size 14 on a good day. My hands are strong, capable, with a little silver ring my daughter loves to play with. These weren't my hands. I turned them over. No scar on the left thumb from where I'd sliced it open on a can of tomatoes last year. A wave of dizziness washed over me, and I gripped the counter. That's when I saw it. A large, ornate mirror hanging on the wall opposite me, framed in dark, scuffed wood. I looked up. The person in the mirror was a stranger. She was skinny, gaunt almost, with collarbones that stuck out like handles. Her hair was long, past her shoulders and straight and black as oil. It hung there, limp and heavy. My hair is a coppery brown, cut to my chin because my youngest pulls on anything longer. This woman, this me, was dressed head to toe in black. A tight, threadbare band t-shirt and ripped jeans. Her eyes were mine, the same shade of hazel, but they were sunken, shadowed. They looked tired, but it was a different kind of tired. It was a hollow, empty tired. Not the fulfilling exhaustion of a long day with kids, but the weariness of someone who had given up. I felt a cold knot tighten in my stomach. This wasn't a dream. Dreams are fuzzy at the edges. This was hyper-real. I could feel the rough denim of my jeans against my legs. I could feel the cold sweat on the back of my neck. I could taste the stale beer on my tongue. The afternoon sun was cutting through the grimy window, casting long, hot rectangles of light on the dirty carpet, and I could feel the heat of it on my arm. "There you are!" The voice came from behind me, and my blood ran cold. I knew that voice. It was a voice from a lifetime ago. I turned around slowly, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I thought they might crack. It was him, my ex-boyfriend. He looked exactly as he had the last time I'd seen him nearly a decade ago. A little older, lines around his eyes and mouth that hadn't been there before, but it was him. He had a bottle of beer in one hand and he slung his other arm around my shoulders. His touch didn't feel familiar or comforting. It felt like a weight, a possession. It made my skin crawl. "You're missing all the fun," he said, his breath smelling of hops and cigarettes. He leaned in and I flinched, a reflex I didn't even know I had. He just laughed, a short, dismissive sound, and squeezed my shoulder tighter. "Come on, lighten up." He started pulling me through the crowd. I moved like a ghost, my body on autopilot. People were talking, laughing, their faces a blur. I saw a girl with neon pink hair vomiting in a potted plant in the corner. I saw a couple arguing loudly by the stereo. The whole place had a desperate, grimy energy. It felt like a Tuesday afternoon, but everyone was acting like it was Saturday night. I looked at the people, really looked, and a deeper horror began to dawn on me. I recognized some of them, friends from that old life. They looked worn down. The girl who used to be so bubbly and bright was slumped in a chair, her eyes vacant. The guy who was always the life of the party was passed out on a stained couch. It was like looking at a faded, damaged photograph of people I used to know. And I was one of them. I was part of this. My ex guided me onto a cluttered back porch. The air outside was a little cooler, but it was thick with humidity and the smell of weed. He lit a cigarette and offered me one. I just stared at him. I don't smoke. I quit years ago, when I found out I was pregnant with my first. "Suit yourself," he muttered, blowing smoke out the side of his mouth. He started talking about some band, some gig, some drama with a friend. His words washed over me, meaningless. All I could think about was the weight of his arm, still around me. It was a cage. I felt trapped. Trapped in this body, in this house, in this life. This was the life I would have had. The thought hit me with the force of a physical blow. This wasn't just a weird dream. This was a fork in the road I had taken 10 years ago. I had left him. It had been messy and painful, and I'd cried for what felt like months. He was manipulative, draining. Being with him was like slowly being erased. I had fought so hard to get out, to build my own life. But in this reality, I hadn't. I had stayed. I looked down at my body again, at the sharp angles of my wrists, the black clothes that felt like a costume. This was the me who had given up. This was the me who had let herself be consumed. The ugliness of it wasn't just in the dirty house or the wasted people. It was inside me. I could feel it, a cold, hollow space where my joy should have been, where my children should have been my children. The thought of them was like a punch to the gut. My son with his goofy, gap-toothed grin, my daughter with her wild, coppery curls just like mine. They didn't exist here. In this world they were nothing. They were a possibility that had never happened, a love that had never been born. A panic, raw and absolute, seized me. I had to get out. I had to get back. I pushed his arm off my shoulders. "I need to go," I said, my voice sounding thin and reedy, not my own. He laughed again, that same dismissive sound. "Go where? You live here, babe." "You live here." The words echoed in my head. I looked past him, through the sliding glass door, back into the chaotic living room. I saw a pile of mail on a small table by the door. I saw a jacket I recognized from years ago slung over a chair. This wasn't just a party at his house. This was our house, our life. I felt like I was suffocating. The walls seemed to be closing in. The music was too loud, the laughter was too sharp, the smell of smoke was choking me. I needed to be home. I needed to be on my couch with the Cheerio digging into my cheek. I needed to hear the soft, snuffling sounds of my babies sleeping in the next room. I stumbled away from him, back into the house. People bumped into me, but no one really saw me. I was a ghost in my own nightmare. I pushed my way towards the front door, my heart a frantic drum in my ears. I had to find a way out. I had to wake up. But how do you wake up when you're already awake? This felt more real than any dream I'd ever had. The grime under my fingernails felt real. The ache in my hollow stomach felt real. The profound, soul-crushing sadness of this existence felt devastatingly real. I made it to a small, filthy bathroom and locked the door behind me, leaning against it, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I looked in the mirror over the sink. The gaunt, dark-haired woman stared back, her eyes wide with a terror I recognized as my own. This was me. This was a version of me that was real somewhere. I reached out and touched the cold glass. I could feel the slick, oily surface. I could see the pores on my skin, the individual strands of that wrong black hair. This wasn't a dream, it was a place, a real place. The doorknob jiggled. "Hey, you okay in there?" It was his voice, impatient, annoyed. I squeezed my eyes shut. I couldn't be here. I wouldn't be here. I thought of my son's laugh. I pictured my daughter's tiny hand wrapped around my finger. I concentrated on the weight of my real body, the softness of my stomach, the coppery brown of my hair. I focused on the smell of baby shampoo and laundry detergent. I poured every bit of my will into that one thought. Take me home. The world didn't fade. It shattered. It was like being sucked backwards through a tunnel at 1,000,000 miles an hour. There was a deafening roar, a sensation of being ripped apart, and then silence. The crushing weight of my own body on the couch, the faint, sweet smell of a sleeping toddler, the warm afternoon light of my own living room. My eyes flew open. I was gasping, my chest heaving. I was drenched in a cold sweat. I scrambled up, my hands flying to my face, my hair. It was short. It was coppery brown. I looked down at my body. I was wearing my old, stretched-out yoga pants and a t-shirt with a faint stain of spaghetti sauce on the chest. My body, my real, soft, mother's body. I didn't think. I just moved. I launched myself off the couch and ran down the hall, my bare feet slapping against the hardwood floor. I pushed open the door to my son's room first. He was there, sprawled out in his dinosaur pajamas, his mouth slightly open, his favorite stuffed dog tucked under his arm. The sound of his soft, even breathing was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. I ran to my daughter's room next. She was on her tummy, her diaper a bulky shape under her sleep sack, her little curls stuck to her damp forehead. I stood there in her doorway, my hands gripping the frame, just watching her chest rise and fall. The relief was so physical it buckled my knees. I slid down the doorframe and sat on the floor, tears streaming down my face, silent sobs racking my body. I was home. I was really home. But the feeling of that other place didn't leave me. It clung to me like a film. The memory of that gaunt face in the mirror, the weight of that wrong arm around my shoulders. the crushing emptiness of a world without my children. It was more than a nightmare. It felt like a glimpse into a life I had narrowly escaped, a parallel track running just alongside my own. I had felt the texture of that reality. I had breathed its air. I'm sitting here now, typing this, and my hands are still shaking. I can still feel the ghost of that other life, that other me, like a cold spot in my soul. I got out, I came back, but I can't shake the terrifying, unshakable certainty that for a few minutes on a quiet afternoon, I wasn't dreaming. I was somewhere else, and part of me never really left. Story 13. We finished up around 8 in the evening. I remember because we were both tired and hungry, and we decided to grab some tacos from the spot down the street before heading home. The altar looked beautiful. Candles flickering, the scent of copal incense hanging in the air, photos of her abuela and tío smiling back at us. My girlfriend said a little prayer before we left, something about welcoming the spirits, and I just stood there feeling a bit awkward but trying to be supportive. We locked up the salon, double-checking the doors, and drove back to our apartment. At home, we crashed on the couch for a bit, watching some random show to unwind. I could tell my girlfriend was still in that reflective mood, talking about how Dia de Muertos always makes her feel connected to her roots. I nodded along, but honestly, I was just ready for bed. We turned in around 11 and I fell asleep pretty quickly, the kind of deep sleep where you don't even dream. Then, at 2:40 in the morning, my girlfriend's phone lit up like a beacon on the nightstand. The sound was jarring, that default iPhone ringtone that always makes me jump. She groaned and reached for it, half asleep. I rolled over, squinting at the screen, and that's when I saw it was a FaceTime call from her salon iPhone. My first thought was, why the hell is the salon phone calling us in the middle of the night? Maybe someone broke in or something. But then I remembered we have security cameras there and no alerts had gone off. She answered it, her voice groggy. Hello? But there was no one on the other end, just this view of the ceiling in the salon. I leaned in closer, my heart starting to thump a little faster. The ceiling is one of those plain white ones with fluorescent lights, but in the video, it was dark, with only a faint glow from maybe the streetlights outside. I could see the faint outline of the light fixtures, but that was it. No movement, no sound, just this still shot of the ceiling like someone had propped the phone up and walked away. My girlfriend was confused. Hello? Is someone there? She said again, but nothing. Then, after a few seconds, the call just ended. We sat there in the dark, the room suddenly feeling colder. I could feel the hairs on my arms standing up. What was that? I whispered. She shook her head, fumbling with her phone to check the call log. Sure enough, it was from the salon iPhone, and it had lasted about 20 seconds. We both just stared at each other for a minute, not saying anything. The silence in our bedroom was thick, broken only by the hum of the fridge from the kitchen. I remember my throat feeling dry, and I had to swallow hard. Maybe it was a pocket dial or something, I said. But even as I said it, I knew it didn't make sense. How do you accidentally FaceTime someone and point the camera at the ceiling? And why would the salon phone be active at that hour? We always make sure it's plugged in and locked before we leave. My girlfriend was already pulling up the security app on her phone. She has this system set up in the salon with cameras that record motion, and we can check the live feed any time. Her hands were shaking a little as she tapped the screen. I leaned in, watching over her shoulder. The live feed showed the salon, dark and empty, just like we left it. The altar was still there, the candles long burned out, but everything else was in place. No signs of anyone being there. Then she switched to the playback from around 2:40. The timestamp showed the salon completely still, no movement at all. But then, at exactly 2:40, the salon iPhone on the reception desk lit up. We saw it on camera, the screen glowing bright, and then the FaceTime interface popping up. My girlfriend's contact was selected and the call went through, all by itself. No one was near the phone, no hands, no shadows, nothing. It was like the phone had a mind of its own. I felt a chill run down my spine, and I swear the room got even colder. My girlfriend gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. "How is that possible?" she whispered, her voice trembling. We rewound the footage a few times, watching it over and over. Each time, it was the same. The phone just activated on its own, dialed her and showed the ceiling. There was no explanation, no glitch in the cameras, no sign of interference. It was as if the phone decided to make that call all by itself. We sat there in bed for what felt like hours, just staring at the phone screen, trying to make sense of it. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, and every little noise in the apartment made me jump. The wind outside rustling the trees, the creak of the floorboards, everything seemed amplified. My girlfriend was crying softly, saying things like, "It's the spirits, they're trying to reach us." I'm not one to believe in that stuff easily, but in that moment, I couldn't come up with any logical reason. Technology doesn't just do that. iPhones don't autonomously FaceTime people in the middle of the night without someone touching them. We tried to go back to sleep, but neither of us could. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that empty ceiling on the screen. I kept thinking about the altar, about all those offerings we left, and the stories my girlfriend told about Dia de Muertos, being a time when the veil between worlds is thin. I've always brushed it off as folklore, but now it felt real, too real. The fear was physical. I had this tightness in my chest, and my skin was covered in goosebumps that wouldn't go away. When the sun finally came up, we were both exhausted, bags under our eyes, and we didn't talk much. We drove back to the salon first thing in the morning, almost like we had to see it for ourselves. Walking in, the place felt different, colder, emptier. The altar was still there, but now it felt ominous, like it was watching us. We checked the iPhone. It was sitting right where it always does, on the reception desk. No signs of tampering, no moisture, nothing out of the ordinary. We even reset it, checked for software updates, but everything was fine. My girlfriend was quiet the whole time, and I could tell she was spooked. Later that day, she started packing up the altar. Not carefully, like she usually does, but hastily, almost like she wanted it gone. She didn't say much, just that we shouldn't do this again. I didn't argue. Honestly, I felt the same way. That call had left a mark on both of us, this unease that settled deep in our bones. We never set up the Dia de Muertos altar again after that. Every year when November rolls around, we just avoid talking about it. Sometimes, if we're in the salon late, I'll catch myself glancing at that iPhone, half expecting it to light up. But it never has. Not since that night. And to this day, I can't explain what happened. No tech support could give us an answer. No rational explanation made sense. It's just this thing that happened, this ghostly call that defied everything, and it left us with goosebumps that still come back whenever I think about it. Story 14. It was one of those trips we'd been planning for months, ever since the last winter thaw made the high country accessible again. Me and 7 of my friends, 8 of us total, decided to push deep into the Rockies, to a spot I'd only ever seen on maps, way up at 10,000 feet. The air was thin and crisp, and every breath felt like sipping ice water. We'd hiked for hours that day, our packs digging into our shoulders, the trail winding through dense pine forests before opening up into a rocky basin where we set up camp. The place was beautiful in a raw, untamed way, but there was this stillness that set in once the sun started dipping behind the peaks, like the mountains were holding their breath. We got the tents up as the light faded, our fingers numb from the cold, and gathered deadfall to build a fire. The fire pit was just a circle of stones we'd arranged, and once we got it going, the flames threw flickering shadows on the trees around us. It was late, probably past midnight, and we were all huddled around, passing a bottle of whiskey and talking in low voices about nothing important. Work, relationships, the usual stuff. The sky was clear, packed with stars, and the only sounds were the crackle of the fire and the occasional rustle of something small moving in the underbrush. Normal camping stuff, you know, nothing to set off alarm bells. I remember staring into the flames, feeling the heat on my face, when a sudden chill ran down my spine. It wasn't from the cold, it was like someone had walked over my grave. I glanced around, but everything looked the same. Dark trees, the firelight dancing, my friends' faces lit up in orange hues. Then, out of nowhere, a man stepped into the circle of light. He was shirtless, which was the first thing that struck me because it was freezing up there, maybe in the 40s once the sun went down. His skin was smudged with dirt like he'd been rolling in the earth, and it clung to him in patches. He had a hunting rifle slung over his shoulder, just hanging there like it was part of him. But it was his face that froze me solid, completely vacant, no expression at all, like he was looking right through us. His eyes were dark holes in the firelight, and he didn't make a sound. Not a footstep, not a breath, nothing. He just appeared, standing there at the edge of the firelight, and for a second none of us moved or spoke. It was like time had stopped. I could feel my heart hammering in my chest, so loud I was sure he could hear it. My friend next to me, Jake, I think it was, let out this tiny, choked gasp, but that was it. The man didn't move toward us, didn't raise the rifle, didn't do anything. He just stood there, staring with that empty look, and then, as silently as he'd come, he turned and melted back into the darkness. One moment he was there, the next he was gone, swallowed up by the trees. For a few seconds, nobody said anything. We all just sat there, stunned, the fire popping between us. Then someone whispered, "What the hell was that?" And the spell broke. We started talking all at once, voices low and frantic. Was he a hunter? Why was he shirtless? Why didn't he say anything? But deep down, we all knew it wasn't right. Hunters don't creep up on campsites in the middle of the night without a word, especially not looking like that. We decided to douse the fire, thinking maybe the light had drawn him in. But then we realized that might be worse, leaving us in total darkness. So we kept it going, piling on more wood until the flames leaped higher, casting longer shadows. That's when the footsteps started. Faint at first, like someone was walking softly on the pine needles around our camp. We all fell silent, listening. Step, pause, step, pause, moving in a slow circle around us. It wasn't an animal. Animals don't walk that steadily, and we could hear the crunch of twigs underfoot. I remember squeezing my hands into fists, my nails digging into my palms. The cold seeped through my jacket, but I was sweating under my layers. Every time the footsteps paused, I'd hold my breath, waiting for him to step back into the light. We kept peering into the trees, and every now and then I'd catch a glimpse of movement, a shadow shifting, a branch swaying when there was no wind. It was like he was playing with us, letting us know he was still out there. We huddled closer together, backs to the fire, facing outward. Someone suggested we should try to sleep in shifts, so we divided into groups. I volunteered for the first watch with 2 others. We sat there, staring into the blackness, our ears straining for any sound. The footsteps kept circling, sometimes closer, sometimes farther away, but always there. Once I thought I saw his silhouette between 2 trees, just a dark shape against the deeper dark, but when I blinked, it was gone. My skin crawled, and I had this urge to scream, to run, but where would we go? It was miles back to the trailhead, and the night was pitch black. The hours dragged on. When it was my turn to try to sleep, I crawled into my tent, but I couldn't close my eyes. Every little noise made me jump, the zip of the tent door, the rustle of my sleeping bag. I could still hear the footsteps, faint but persistent, like a drumbeat in the background. My mind raced with possibilities. Was he alone? Was there more of them? Why us? But there were no answers, just that creeping fear that settled deep in my gut. At one point I had to pee, and the thought of stepping outside the tent made my hands shake. I held it as long as I could, but eventually I unzipped the tent and crept out, keeping close to the fire. The air was biting cold, and my breath misted in front of me. As I stood there, I heard the footsteps stop, and for a second everything was silent. Then a twig snapped nearby and I froze, my bladder screaming. I hurried back inside, my heart thudding so hard I felt dizzy. Dawn came slowly, the sky turning from black to grey, then to a pale pink over the peaks. As soon as there was enough light to see, we started packing up. Nobody talked much. We just worked quickly, tearing down tents, stuffing sleeping bags, our movements jerky and rushed. The footsteps had stopped sometime in the early hours, but the silence felt just as threatening. We kept glancing over our shoulders, expecting to see him standing there again. By the time the sun was fully up, we were on the trail, hiking back down as fast as we could without running. The normal sounds of the forest, birds chirping, squirrels chattering, felt wrong, like they were masking something darker. We didn't stop until we reached the parking lot. Hours later, our legs aching and our nerves shot. We drove straight to the Park Service office and reported what happened. The ranger listened, took notes, but he had that look like he'd heard it all before. He said they'd send someone to check the area, but he didn't seem too concerned. Maybe he thought we were just spooked city folks, but I know what I saw, what I heard. I've never gone back to that part of the mountain. Sometimes, when I'm camping elsewhere, I'll wake up in the middle of the night and listen for footsteps, my body tense. That vacant expression, the silent appearance, it's burned into my memory. I don't know who he was or what he wanted, but I have this gut feeling he was waiting for something, watching us, and that's what chills me to the bone even now. Story 15. I was inside, making myself a cup of tea, when I heard this faint sound from outside. At first, I thought it was just the wind, or maybe a neighbor's TV, but it kept up. A soft, whispering noise, like someone talking under their breath. I peered out the kitchen window, but I didn't see anything unusual. My house sits a bit back from the road, with a short driveway leading up to that iron gate, and beyond it, there's a sidewalk that doesn't get much foot traffic. I shrugged it off, figuring it was my imagination, and went back to what I was doing. But the whispering didn't stop. It got a little louder, more persistent, and it started to grate on my nerves. I'm not usually a jumpy person, but there was something about it that felt off, like it didn't belong. I decided to step outside and check, maybe see if a kid was playing around or something. I opened the front door and walked out onto the porch, and that's when I saw her. There was a woman pacing back and forth just outside my gate. She was wearing a pale blue dress, the kind that looked old-fashioned, like something from decades ago, and it flowed around her as she moved. Her hair was dark and loose, and she had this gaunt, tired look about her, like she hadn't slept in days. But what really got me was the way she was moving, not like a person in a hurry, but slow and deliberate, almost floating, and her feet barely seemed to touch the ground. She kept whispering to herself, and though I couldn't make out the words at first, I could hear the urgency in her voice. I stood there for a moment just watching, feeling a knot tighten in my stomach. My gate was wide open, which was weird because I always lock it when I leave the house. I'd come back from my walk and gone straight inside, so I must have forgotten to close it, but I could have sworn I'd latched it shut. The iron was cold to the touch, and I remember the creak it makes when it swings. But I hadn't heard anything. My heart started to beat a little faster, and I called out, "Hey, can I help you?" She didn't look at me right away. She just kept pacing, her whispers growing a bit louder. I could catch snippets now. "He promised. He said he'd come. Waiting." Her voice was thin and strained, like she'd been crying or was on the verge of it. I took a step closer, but something held me back. The air around her felt heavy, charged with this sad, desperate energy. I've never been one to believe in ghosts or anything like that, but in that moment, I felt a chill run down my spine, the kind that makes the hairs on your arms stand up. I moved a little nearer, trying to be polite but firm. "Ma'am, are you okay? Do you need help?" I said, my voice coming out shakier than I intended. She finally stopped pacing and turned toward me. Her eyes were hollow, deep-set, and they seemed to look right through me. There was a profound sadness in them, the kind you see in people who've lost everything. She didn't smile or frown. She just stared, and her whispering trailed off. "I'm waiting for him," she said, her voice barely above a murmur. "He promised he'd come. The gate is open. It's always open for him." She gestured vaguely toward the gate, and I noticed how pale her hands were, almost translucent in the fading light. I felt a surge of unease. This wasn't right. People don't just show up like this, especially not in my neighborhood. I took another step, but I kept my distance, not wanting to get too close. "You need to move along," I said, trying to sound authoritative, but probably coming off as nervous. "This is private property. I can call someone if you need help." She shook her head slowly, and a tear rolled down her cheek. It wasn't dramatic or loud. It was quiet, like she'd been holding it in for a long time. "No, no one can help," she whispered. "He's late. He's always late." She started pacing again, her dress swishing softly against the pavement. I could see now that the gate wasn't just unlocked. It was swung wide open, as if someone had left it that way on purpose. But I knew I hadn't. I always double-check because I've had packages stolen before. The sky was getting darker, the streetlights flickering on one by one, casting an orange glow that made everything feel surreal. I decided to be more insistent. "Look, I'm sorry, but you can't stay here. You're making me uncomfortable. Please keep your distance and move on." My voice was firmer this time, and I crossed my arms, trying to project confidence I didn't feel. She stopped again and looked at me, and for a second I thought she was going to say something else. But instead, she just nodded slowly, like she understood but couldn't do anything about it. Then she started to drift away. I don't know how else to describe it. She didn't walk like a normal person. It was like she glided, her feet not quite touching the ground, and she faded into the shadows near the trees at the end of the street. One moment she was there, and the next she was gone, like she'd never been there at all. I stood there for what felt like ages, my heart pounding in my ears. The gate was still open, and I rushed over to close it, my hands trembling as I fumbled with the latch. It clicked shut, and I leaned against it, taking deep breaths. What the hell was that? I kept asking myself. Was she real? Did I imagine it? But I could still feel the chill in the air, and the image of her sad eyes was burned into my mind. I went back inside, locking the door behind me, and tried to shake it off. Maybe she was just a confused person, someone with mental health issues, and I'd overreacted. I poured myself another cup of tea, but my hands were still shaky, and I spilled a little on the counter. I decided to call my friend, the one who lives a few blocks away, to see if he'd heard or seen anything weird lately. He's a practical guy, not easily spooked, and I needed to hear a rational voice. When he picked up, I didn't even say hello properly. I just blurted out, "Did you see anything strange outside my place tonight? A woman in a blue dress?" He was quiet for a second, then said, "Yeah, actually I did. I was driving by about half an hour ago, and I saw someone lingering near your gate. I thought it was you or a neighbor, but she looked out of place. I slowed down to see if she needed help, but then she just vanished. Like 1 second she was there, and the next, poof, gone. I figured it was a trick of the light or something." Hearing him say that made my blood run cold. So it wasn't just me. We talked for a few minutes, and he described the same woman, pale blue dress, dark hair, that sad, lost look. He said she was standing by the gate, just staring into space, and then she faded away like mist. We both agreed it was creepy as hell, but he joked it off, saying maybe it was a ghost story in the making. I didn't laugh. I couldn't. After we hung up, I sat on my couch, staring out the window. The street was quiet now. No whispers, no movement. But I couldn't shake the feeling that she was still out there, waiting. Her words echoed in my head. He promised he'd come. It made me think about broken promises, about people who are left waiting for someone who never shows up. I've had my share of disappointments in life, but nothing like that, nothing that would make me haunt a stranger's gate. I tried to go about my evening, watching some TV, but I kept getting up to check the window. Every time a car passed or a leaf rustled, I'd jump. My mind kept going back to her, to the way she drifted away. It wasn't like in movies where ghosts float or make dramatic exits. It was subtle, almost natural, but wrong, like she was part of the environment, but not quite solid. As the night wore on, I started to notice little things I hadn't before. The gate, for instance. I went out to check it again, and it was still locked, but I found a small faded ribbon caught on the latch, pale blue like her dress. I don't know how it got there. I've never seen it before. I picked it up, and it felt cold, almost damp, like it had been out in the dew. I threw it away, but I can't forget the sensation. I also realized that the whispering had left a kind of echo in my ears, a faint hum that made it hard to concentrate. It wasn't loud, but it was there like a reminder. I kept thinking about who she might be waiting for, what promise was broken. Was it a lover? A family member? The way she said he made it sound personal, intimate. It made me feel sad for her, but also scared. Because if she was a spirit, what did that mean for me? Was I just in the wrong place at the wrong time? Around midnight, I gave up on sleeping and decided to write this all down. Maybe putting it into words would help me make sense of it, but it hasn't. I'm still sitting here typing this out, and every creak in the house makes me flinch. The gate is locked, the house is secure, but I can't shake the feeling that she's still out there, waiting for someone who might never come. What gets me the most is the open gate. Why was it open? I know I didn't leave it that way. I'm meticulous about these things. And why my gate? There are other houses on the street, but she chose mine. It feels like I stumbled into someone else's tragedy, a story that's been playing out long before I moved here. I've lived in this house for 3 years, and nothing like this has ever happened. No strange noises, no odd visitors. But tonight, it's like the veil between the ordinary and the inexplicable thin, and I saw something I wasn't supposed to. Her sadness was so palpable, so real, that it stuck with me. I can still see her pacing, hear her whispers, feel the weight of her despair. My friend's account just confirms it wasn't a hallucination. He saw her too, saw her vanish. We're both rational people, but this has us spooked. He said he'd come over tomorrow to talk about it, but for now, I'm alone with my thoughts. The night is quiet now. Too quiet. No crickets, no wind, just silence. It's eerie, like the world is holding its breath. I keep expecting to hear whispering again, or to see her pale blue dress in the periphery, but there's nothing. Just the memory and this unsettled feeling in my gut. I don't know what to make of it. Part of me wants to research if there's any history about this area, if someone died waiting for someone else. But I'm almost afraid to find out. What if it opens a door I can't close? For now, I'm just trying to get through the night, hoping that by morning it'll feel like a bad dream. But deep down, I know it wasn't. The gate was open. She was there. And now I'm left with this haunting image of a woman forever waiting. A ghostly reminder of promises broken and spirits that wander, searching for what they've lost. And I can't explain any of it. Story 16. We moved into that house when I was a kid. I didn't know the history then. My dad found it, said it was a good deal, a solid house. It was only later, from bits of gossip and things my mum let slip, that I pieced it together. The family before us was into some dark stuff, witchcraft, illegal trades. Worse, a cousin of theirs was murdered not far from the property. We were just the next family to fill the space, and I guess we brought our own problems with us, which just mixed with whatever was already there. For the first couple of years, things were just off. Not screaming horror, just a constant low-level wrongness. My mom and I, we never talked about it, not once. It was this unspoken rule. We'd be in the kitchen, and out of the corner of my eye I'd see him, a man, about 180 centimeters tall, silent as a held breath. He always wore white pants and a blue shirt. He'd just walk down the hallway, from the living room towards the back bedrooms. He never looked at me. He never made a sound. He was just there, and then he wasn't. I'd freeze for a second, my heart doing this little stutter step, and then I'd force myself to keep doing whatever I was doing, pretending I hadn't seen a thing. Years later, my mom admitted she saw him too, the exact same man, the same clothes, the same silent walk. We'd been living in the same house, seeing the same ghost, and never said a word to each other. I think we were both afraid that saying it out loud would make it more real, would give it more power. Then my parents separated. That's when the real darkness started. My dad's new partner was deep into black magic. Macumba, specifically. I didn't know what that was at the time, just that it involved candles and chants and things that made the air feel heavy. Someone, we never found out who, buried graveyard soil at our front door. It was meant for my mom. She started getting sick, really sick, fading away. It was only because someone else who knew about this stuff did some kind of counter magic, a protection thing, that she got better. It was the first time I understood that the things you can't see can actually hurt you, can kill you. We left for a little while after that, went to stay with my aunt on the coast. The salt air and the normalcy were like a dream, but we had to come back, and when we did, the man in the hallway was gone. In his place was something else. It was a shadow, but not a normal shadow, cast by something blocking the light. This was a thick black shape, a person-shaped hole in the world. It had density. It absorbed the light around it, and it was angry. That's when the activity started. Small things at first. You'd set a cup down on the coffee table, turn your back for a second, and hear the quiet thud as it hit the floor. Not rolled off, just fell, as if someone had swatted it. The computer in the living room was an old one, with one of those jar-shaped hard drives. At night, you could hear it spin up, the whirring sound loud in the silence, even though no one was touching it. My own computer's webcam light would flicker on, a little green eye in the dark, when the computer was supposed to be asleep. I'd yank the cord out of the wall after that. I saw the shadow more than anyone else. It felt like it was fixated on me. I'd catch it standing at the end of the hall, or just slipping into a room. It never did anything, just stood there, this oppressive presence that made the hair on my arms stand up. But one morning, just as the sun was starting to turn the sky gray, it changed. I was coming out of my room to get a drink of water. My mom's bedroom door was at the end of the hall, maybe 10 feet away. It was open, and the room was dark. As I stepped into the hallway, the shadow boiled out of her doorway. It didn't step or float. It rushed. It came at me like a wave, this fast, silent, violent surge of pure blackness. There was no face, no features, just this overwhelming sense of malice and intent. It was coming for me. I didn't scream. I couldn't. My breath locked in my throat. My body went rigid. It was like being hit with a tidal wave of ice. It felt like it went right through me. And in that instant, every happy thought, every warm memory was just snuffed out, replaced by a terror so complete it was a physical pain in my chest. Then it was gone. The hallway was empty. I stood there shaking, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it would break. I finally stumbled back into my room, crawled into bed, and just cried. I cried from a place so deep and scared that I didn't even recognize the sound of my own sobs. That happened more nights than I can count after that, just lying in the dark, crying from a fear that was so much bigger than me. When I turned 16, I'd had enough of the room I shared with my younger brothers. I demanded to move into the back room. It was smaller, isolated from the rest of the house. I thought it would be my escape. I was an idiot. I found out later that the room had belonged to a man who died in there. The same man from the previous family, the one involved in the dark practices. He'd performed his rituals in that room. The first night I slept in there, I knew I'd made a horrible mistake. I went to bed feeling okay, just glad for the privacy. I woke up a few hours later and the room was freezing. Not cold, freezing. My breath was coming out in little clouds, and everything was wrong. The chair at my desk was lying on its side. The books on my shelf were shoved onto the floor. A framed picture was face down. It looked like someone had thrown a tantrum. And standing over by the door was the shadow. It was just there, darker than the darkness of the room. I could feel its opposition. It didn't want me in there. This was its space. I pulled the covers over my head and didn't sleep the rest of the night, just listening, waiting. It never touched me, but it didn't have to. The message was clear. Every winter, the house would get damp. The walls, especially in that back room, would sweat with moisture. And in that moisture, things would appear. Faces. They'd form in the patterns of the damp plaster, like one of those ink blot tests, but these were clear. Sad faces, angry faces, screaming faces, and handprints. Small ones, like a child's, would press against the wall as if someone had put their wet hands on it. You could see the individual fingers. I'd wipe them away, and a few days later, new ones would be there. You could try to tell yourself it was just condensation, just the house settling. But when you're lying there staring at a face that's formed on your wall, a face that looks like it's in agony, it's impossible to believe that. I lived with this for 9 years. 9 years of flinching at shadows, of checking corners, of my heart leaping into my throat at the slightest sound. After a while, you can't live at that level of fear. You either break or you build walls. I built walls. I started yelling at it. I'd be in my room and feel that familiar chill, that sense of being watched, and I'd just snap. "Leave me alone!" I'd shout into the empty air. "Get out! This is my room!" I'd curse at it. I was a teenager, full of rage and confusion, and I directed it all at this thing. The fear was still there, a constant cold knot in my stomach, but it was buried under layers of anger and defiance. It was my way of fighting back. Sometimes, after I'd yell, the feeling would lift for a little while. Other times, it would feel even heavier, like I'd just made it angrier. That's the thing nobody tells you about living with something like this. The terror moment, the big scare, like when it rushed me, that's one thing. But the real damage is the slow, grinding attrition. It's the constant vigilance. It's the way you stop trusting your own senses because you're always questioning what's real. It's the isolation of knowing you can't talk about it without sounding insane. It wears you down day after day, year after year, like water on stone, and it changed me. The fear doesn't feel the same anymore. When I feel scared now, it's a distant, cold feeling. It's like my capacity for that raw, screaming terror was used up in that house. My mom will tell me I've become harder, less patient. My brothers say I don't laugh as easily. They're right. How can you be soft when you've spent your formative years building a fortress inside your own head just to get through the night? The world feels less bright, less safe. The shadows are just deeper. I don't live in that house anymore. I got out, but it didn't matter. A few months after I moved into my own place, I was unpacking a box in my new bedroom. It was a bright, sunny afternoon. I bent down to get something, and when I stood up, I saw it. Leaning against the doorframe of my closet, a thick, dark shadow, just watching. It was still with me. It had followed me. After all of it, the yelling, the moving, the trying to start a new life, it was just there. I didn't scream. I didn't cry. I just looked at it, and this cold, heavy resignation settled over me. This is my life. This thing is a part of it. I don't know what it wants. I don't know why it's attached to me. I don't know if it's the man from the hallway, or the man who died in my room, or something else entirely. I just know it's here, and I know, with a certainty that chills me more than any ghost ever could, that it's never going to leave. Story 17. I was 8 years old, and it was the middle of summer in Georgia. The heat that day was like nothing I'd ever felt before, sticky and heavy, the kind that makes your clothes cling to your skin, even if you're just sitting still. I remember waking up that morning with the sun already blazing through my window, casting long shadows across my bedroom floor. My room was at the back of our house, right next to the woods that seemed to go on forever. We lived out in the country, where the nearest neighbor was a mile down the road, and most days it was just me and my mum, since my dad was working long hours at the factory in town. That day started like any other. I got out of bed, the wooden floorboards creaking under my feet, and pulled on a pair of shorts and a t-shirt that smelled like laundry detergent and a little bit of mildew from the humidity. Downstairs, Mum was already in the kitchen, frying up some eggs and bacon. The smell filled the house, mixing with the scent of coffee and the faint, earthy odor from the woods that always seemed to seep in through the cracks in the old walls. Our house wasn't new. It was one of those places that had been standing for decades, with peeling paint and a roof that sagged in the middle. But it was home, and most of the time it felt safe. After breakfast, Mom told me I could play outside, but to stay close to the house. She had a lot of gardening to do, and I knew she'd be busy for hours. I didn't mind. I loved exploring the yard, even if it was just the same old spots I'd seen 1,000 times. The grass was tall and tickled my ankles as I walked, and the air was so thick with humidity that every breath felt like I was swallowing warm soup. I remember the sound of cicadas buzzing loudly from the trees, a constant drone that was almost comforting in its familiarity. I spent the morning digging in the dirt near the edge of the woods, looking for bugs or maybe some interesting rocks. The ground was soft from recent rains, and my hands got muddy up to my wrists. At one point, I found a big, smooth stone that looked like it had been worn down by water, and I pocketed it, thinking I'd add it to my collection later. Everything felt normal, the kind of lazy summer day where time just slips away without you noticing. But around midday, things started to feel off. I was sitting under the big oak tree in our backyard, trying to stay in the shade, when I heard a noise from the woods. It wasn't like the usual sounds, not the rustle of leaves or the chatter of squirrels. This was different, a low, guttural kind of groan that seemed to come from deep inside the trees. At first I thought it might be a dog, or maybe a deer, but it didn't sound right. It was too drawn out, too human almost, but not quite. I felt a little prickle on the back of my neck, like someone was watching me, but when I looked around there was nothing there except the swaying branches and the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves. I stood up and walked a little closer to the tree line, curious but also nervous. The woods have always been a place of mystery for me, full of shadows and secrets. Mom always warned me not to go too far in, saying there were snakes and who knows what else. But this noise, it pulled at me. I took a few steps into the underbrush, the leaves crunching under my sneakers. The air felt cooler here, and the cicadas' buzzing seemed to fade away, replaced by an eerie silence. That's when I heard it again, that same groaning sound, but this time it was closer, maybe only 20 or 30 feet away. My heart started to beat faster, a dull thud in my chest. I could feel the sweat on my palms, and I wiped them on my shorts. Part of me wanted to run back to the house, but another part was frozen, my feet rooted to the spot. I peered into the dense trees, trying to see what was making the noise. The shadows were deep, and everything looked twisted and strange. gnarled roots, thick vines, and patches of darkness that seemed to swallow the light. Then I saw movement. Not an animal, but something taller, almost like a person. But it was too shadowy to make out clearly. It was just a shape, dark and shifting, standing between two large pines. I don't know how long I stood there staring, but suddenly the shape moved again, and it felt like it was looking right at me. I couldn't see any eyes or features, just this dark form that seemed to absorb the light around it. A cold chill ran down my spine, even though the air was warm. I took a step back, my breath catching in my throat. That's when I heard a whisper, so faint I almost thought I imagined it. It wasn't words, just a soft, hissing sound that seemed to curl around my ears. I felt a surge of pure fear, the kind that makes your stomach drop and your legs feel weak. I turned and ran, crashing through the underbrush, not caring about the branches scratching my arms or the mud splattering my clothes. I didn't look back until I reached the edge of the woods, panting and out of breath. When I glanced over my shoulder, the shape was gone, but the feeling of being watched stayed with me. I hurried back to the house, my heart still pounding. Mum was still in the garden, her back to me, so she didn't see how shaken I was. I didn't tell her anything. I was too scared she'd think I was making it up, or worse, that she'd get mad at me for going near the woods. The rest of the afternoon dragged on, but I couldn't shake the unease. I stayed on the porch, watching the tree line, half expecting to see that dark shape again. The sun moved slowly across the sky, and the heat seemed to press down even harder. Around 4 o'clock, Mom came inside to start dinner, and I followed her, not wanting to be alone. The house felt different too, quieter, like the walls were holding their breath. I helped her chop vegetables, my hands trembling a little, but I tried to act normal. She asked if I was okay, and I just nodded, saying I was tired from playing. As evening fell, the sky turned orange and purple, and the shadows lengthened across the yard. We ate dinner in the kitchen, the TV on low in the background, but I couldn't focus on anything. Every little noise made me jump. The creak of the floorboards, the hum of the refrigerator, even the wind rustling the trees outside. After we finished, Mum sent me upstairs to take a bath. I didn't want to go alone, but I didn't want to seem like a baby, so I went. My bathroom was at the end of the hallway, and the light in there was always dim, with a flickering bulb that Mom kept meaning to replace. I turned on the faucet, the water splashing noisily into the tub, and started to undress. That's when I heard it again, the same low groan from earlier, but this time it was coming from outside the bathroom window. The window faced the backyard and the woods, and it was open a crack to let in some air. I froze, my heart hammering against my ribs. The sound was clearer now, more defined, like something was in pain, or maybe angry. It was followed by that whispering hiss, and this time it sounded like it was right outside the glass. I slowly walked over to the window, my feet cold on the tile floor. The curtains were drawn, but I pulled them back just enough to peek out. The yard was dark now, with only the porch light casting a weak glow. At first I didn't see anything, just the familiar shapes of trees and bushes. But then movement caught my eye. Near the edge of the woods, that same dark shape was back. It was standing perfectly still, but as I watched, it started to move toward the house. Not walking, but gliding, like it wasn't touching the ground. My blood ran cold. I could feel the hairs on my arms standing up, and a knot of fear tightened in my stomach. I backed away from the window, my hands shaking so bad I could barely turn off the faucet. The water was still running, but I didn't care. I ran out of the bathroom and down the hall to my room, slamming the door behind me. I locked it, even though I knew it was just a flimsy lock that could easily be broken. I crawled into bed, pulling the covers over my head, like that would protect me. I could hear my own breathing, loud and ragged in the silence. Outside, the groaning sound started up again, louder this time, and it was joined by a scratching noise, like something was dragging itself along the side of the house. I lay there for what felt like hours, trembling under the blankets. The sounds didn't stop. They seemed to be circling the house, moving from one window to another. At one point, I heard something tap on my bedroom window, a soft, persistent tapping that made me want to scream. But I didn't. I just squeezed my eyes shut and prayed for it to go away. I could feel tears welling up, but I choked them back, afraid that any noise I made would draw it closer. Then, around what must have been midnight, everything went quiet. The groaning, the scratching, the tapping, it all stopped abruptly like someone had flipped a switch. The silence was almost worse, because now I didn't know where it was or what it was doing. I stayed under the covers, too scared to move, listening for any sound. The only thing I could hear was the faint hum of the night insects and the occasional creak of the house settling. I don't know when I finally fell asleep, but when I woke up the next morning, the sun was shining and everything seemed normal again. I crept out of bed and looked out the window. The yard was empty, the woods were quiet, and there was no sign of anything strange. I never told anyone about what happened that day, not even years later. To this day, I have no explanation for what I saw or heard. It's just one of those things that stays with you, a memory that feels like a bad dream, but too real to forget. Story 18. The basement was unfinished with concrete floors and exposed beams, and it always smelled like damp earth and mildew, no matter how much we cleaned it. But the weirdest part was the air. When you walked down there, it felt like you were pushing through something thick, almost like walking into a wall of humidity, but cold. It got heavier the deeper you went, especially near the back where the windows were. Those windows were at ground level, looking out into the backyard, and they had these cheap blinds that were always rattling, even when there was no wind. My friends noticed it too. Whenever they came over, they'd mention how creepy it felt down there, and a couple of them refused to go alone. One of my buddies said it felt like someone was watching him, and he's not the type to spook easily. But the knocking, that started a few weeks after we moved in. It wasn't constant, just every now and then, usually at night. It would come from the basement windows, 3 to 5 slow, deliberate knocks, like someone was tapping on the glass with their knuckles. Not frantic or random, but paced, like they were counting or timing it. At first, I thought it was branches or animals, but there weren't any trees close enough to hit the windows, and the sound was too clean, too human. It happened often enough that I got used to it in a way, but it always sent a chill down my spine. Then came that one night. I remember it was a Thursday because I'd just gotten home from work and my mum was out of town visiting family, so it was just me and my dog, Duke. Duke's a big Rottweiler mix, about 90 pounds of muscle, and he's protective as hell. He's the kind of dog that barks at strangers and stands between me and anything he thinks is a threat, so I usually felt safe with him around. That night, though, things felt different from the start. I'd made dinner, just some pasta, and was watching TV in the living room with Duke curled up at my feet. The house was quiet, too quiet, and I kept hearing little noises that made me jump. The furnace kicking on, the fridge humming, normal stuff, but my nerves were on edge. Around 9 o'clock, I decided to head down to the basement to grab some laundry I'd left in the dryer. I hate going down there at night, but I needed clothes for work the next day. As soon as I opened the basement door, that heavy air hit me like a physical thing. It was colder than usual, and the smell was stronger, like wet concrete and something else I couldn't place. Duke followed me down, but he stayed at the top of the stairs, whining softly. That was weird for him. He's usually right by my side. I flipped on the light, a single bare bulb that cast shadows everywhere, and hurried to the dryer. The knocking started just as I was pulling out my clothes. It was louder than before, sharper, like whoever was doing it was putting more force into it. 3 knocks, slow and steady, then a pause, then 2 more. Tap, 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 pause, tap, tap, It came from the window near the back corner, the one that looks out under the deck. My heart started pounding right away, and I felt this cold sweat break out on my forehead. Duke's whining turned into a low growl, and he backed up the stairs, his tail tucked between his legs. I dropped the laundry and stood there, frozen, listening. The knocking didn't stop. It kept going, 3 to 5 reps, over and over, and it sounded like it was moving along the windows, like something was pacing outside. I could hear each tap echo in the quiet basement, and the air felt so thick it was hard to breathe. I forced myself to move, to go back upstairs, but my legs felt like jelly. Duke was already at the top, barking now, a high-pitched, scared bark I'd never heard from him before. I slammed the basement door shut and locked it, which was stupid because it only locks from the inside, but I needed to do something. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely turn the knob. I ran to the living room and grabbed my phone, thinking I'd call my mum, but then I heard something else, footsteps on the deck above the basement. We have a wooden deck out back, and it's directly above those basement windows. The footsteps were heavy, like someone wearing work boots, clomping slowly across the boards. Thud, thud, thud. It wasn't the fast patter of an animal. It was deliberate, like a person walking with purpose. Duke went nuts, barking and snarling, and then he bolted, not toward the noise, but away from it, up the stairs to the second floor. He hid under my bed, and he wouldn't come out no matter how I called him. That's when I knew something was really wrong, because Duke never runs from anything. I called my mom, my voice shaking so much I could barely get the words out. I told her about the knocking and the footsteps, and she said to call Mr. Henderson, our neighbor, and have him check outside. She thought it might be a raccoon or something, but I knew it wasn't. I hung up and dialed Mr. Henderson's number. He's an older guy, retired, and he's always willing to help. He said he'd come over with a flashlight and take a look. While I waited, I stayed in the living room, peeking out the windows toward the backyard. The deck was dark, but I could see shapes moving in the shadows, or at least I thought I could. My imagination was running wild, but the fear was real, gut deep and primal. I felt like a kid again, scared of the dark, but this was worse because I was an adult, and I knew there was something out there. After what felt like forever, I saw Mr. Henderson's flashlight beam sweeping across the yard. He walked around the house, checking the doors and windows, and I heard him call out, "Hello? Anyone there?" But there was no answer, no sound except the crickets. He came to the front door and knocked, and I let him in. He said he didn't see anything. No footprints, no broken branches, nothing. He even checked the deck and said it was clear. He told me to lock up and call if I needed anything, then he left. I should have felt relieved, but I didn't. The air in the house still felt heavy, and Duke was still hiding upstairs. I decided to go up and check on him, maybe bring him down with me. As I walked through the kitchen toward the stairs, I passed the sliding glass door that leads to the deck. It's one of those doors with privacy film on the glass, so you can't see through it clearly, just blurry shapes from the outside. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, a reflection or something. But then it moved. There was a face pressed against the glass, right at the bottom where the door meets the frame. It was pale, almost white and completely featureless. No eyes, no nose, no mouth, just a smooth, oval shape. It was about the height of a child, maybe 3 or 4 feet tall, but it wasn't a child. The proportions were wrong, too long and thin, and it had a feminine quality to it, like the curve of a woman's cheek, but without any details. It was just there, pressed against the glass, not moving. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. I couldn't scream, couldn't look away. The fear was so intense it felt like a physical weight on my chest, crushing me. My heart was hammering so hard I thought it would burst, and my skin went cold and clammy. Then, slowly, it started backing away, not turning around, just sliding backward like it was floating. It moved smoothly without a sound and disappeared into the darkness of the deck. I stood there for what felt like minutes, staring at the spot where it had been, my mind racing. Was I hallucinating? Did I imagine it? But then I heard Duke start barking frantically from upstairs, and I knew I hadn't. I ran to the door and locked it, my hands trembling so bad I could barely slide the bolt. Then I backed away, keeping my eyes on the glass, half expecting the face to reappear. But it didn't. The house was silent again, except for Duke's barking, which slowly died down to a whimper. I spent the rest of the night on the couch, with all the lights on, too scared to move. I didn't sleep at all. Every little noise made me jump. When the sun finally came up, I felt like I'd been through a war. I went outside to check the deck, but there was nothing. No marks on the glass, no footprints, nothing out of place. It was like it never happened, but it did happen. Duke's reaction proved it wasn't a dream or my imagination. He was scared shitless, and he's not a dog that spooks easily. For days after that, he'd growl at the basement door or the sliding glass door, and he refused to go outside alone at night. I told a few people about it, and one of my friends mentioned that there are local legends in the area about unnamed things, entities that aren't ghosts or demons, but something else. Something that doesn't fit into any category. People have reported seeing pale, featureless figures in the woods or near old houses, but no one knows what they are. Hearing that didn't make me feel better. It just made the fear deeper, because it meant I wasn't the only one. I moved out of that house a few months later. I couldn't stay there after that night. Even now, years later, I get chills thinking about it. I've never seen anything like it since. And I hope I never do. But sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, I remember that face pressed against the glass. And I wonder what it was, what it wanted, and why it chose to show itself to me that night. I'll never have answers, and that's almost as terrifying as the thing itself. The Story 19. I never thought I'd be sitting here typing this out, but I can't keep it bottled up anymore. Something happened on our property that changed everything for me, and I need to get it off my chest. It's been eating at me for weeks now, and every time I try to talk about it, my hands shake. So here goes. I grew up in a trailer on a piece of land in rural Louisiana, way out where the trees get thick and the nights are quiet, or they used to be anyway. Our property had this big white house on it, built back in the late 1800s. That always gave me the creeps. It was the old doctor's place, or that's what everyone said. The story goes that his wife and kid vanished sometime in the late 1930s, and not long after, he killed himself. After that, the house got boarded up and left to rot. As a kid, I'd stare at it from our trailer window, especially at dusk when the shadows made it look like it was leaning forward, watching us. When I was little, I had this imaginary friend I called Grandpa. Nobody in my family was alive who fit that. Both my granddads passed before I was born, but I'd talk to him like he was right there. My mom used to humor me, saying it was just a phase, but I remember feeling like someone was listening, especially when I played near the old house. I'd tell Grandpa about my day, and sometimes I'd hear a soft whisper back, but I always brushed it off as the wind or my imagination. Now, I'm not so sure. Fast forward to after my mom passed away. It was a tough time, and my sister decided to move into the house we built on the same property, not far from that white house. She wanted to be close to where we grew up, I guess for comfort, but it didn't take long for things to get weird. She started hearing voices. An old man, a woman, and a child, all arguing like they were in the next room. At first, she thought it was the TV or something, but it kept happening, and then objects would move on their own. Little things at first, like a cup sliding off the table, but it escalated to things being thrown across the room. She'd call me, her voice trembling, saying she felt like she wasn't alone anymore. That brings me to the day everything came to a head. It was a Saturday, I remember, because the air was heavy and humid, the kind that makes your shirt stick to your back, even if you're just sitting still. I'd driven over to my sister's place early that morning to help out with some things. She'd been so on edge lately, barely sleeping, and she'd finally called a pastor to come bless the house. I figured it couldn't hurt, even though I've never been super religious. But after what she'd been through, I was willing to try anything. I got there around 9 in the morning. The sky was overcast, a dull grey that made everything feel muted. My sister's house is a simple one-story we built a few years back, painted a light blue. But that day, it looked washed out, almost sad. She met me at the door, her eyes red like she'd been crying. We hugged, and I could feel her shaking. She didn't have to say much. I knew she was scared. We spent the next couple of hours tidying up, though there wasn't much to do. Mostly, we were just waiting for the pastor to arrive. Around 11, he showed up, a kind-faced man in his 50s with a calm demeanor. He introduced himself and said a few prayers outside before we all went in. The house felt colder than it should have, given how warm it was outside. I remember rubbing my arms, trying to get the goosebumps to go away. The blessing started in the living room. The pastor began speaking in a low, steady voice, reading from his Bible and sprinkling holy water around. My sister and I stood close together, holding hands. At first, it felt peaceful, like maybe this would work. But then I heard it, a faint whispering from down the hall. It sounded like an old man muttering, then a woman's voice cutting in, sharp and angry, followed by a child's cry. My sister squeezed my hand tighter. She heard it too. The pastor paused for a second, his eyes darting toward the hallway, but he kept going. That's when things got intense. We moved to the kitchen, and the pastor was saying a prayer over the sink when a cabinet door slammed shut on its own. Not like it swung closed, but like someone shoved it hard. The sound made me jump, and I felt my heart start to race. The pastor's voice wavered, but he pressed on, his words coming faster now. I could see the sweat on his forehead. We decided to move outside to finish the blessing, thinking maybe the open air would help. The backyard is mostly grass, with a couple of lawn chairs set up near an old oak tree. We stood in a loose circle, the pastor leading us in prayer. I was focusing on his words, trying to block out the unease when it happened. Out of nowhere, one of the lawn chairs, a faded green one with metal legs, lifted into the air and flew across the yard. It didn't tip over or slide. It was like an invisible hand picked it up and hurled it. It landed with a crash, skidding through the grass. For a second, nobody moved. We all just stared, frozen. Then another chair went flying, this one hitting the tree with a loud crack. I felt a cold rush down my spine, and my legs went weak. The pastor stopped praying, his mouth hanging open. My sister let out a small gasp, and I could hear her breathing quicken. There was no wind, no explanation, just those chairs being thrown like toys. I remember the details vividly, the way the metal legs bent on impact, the torn fabric flapping, and the silence that followed, broken only by the distant sound of a bird chirping, like nothing had happened. That was the moment I knew, deep in my gut, that this wasn't just in our heads. It was real, and it was violent. The pastor quickly wrapped up the blessing, his hands shaking as he packed his things. He didn't say much after that, just that he'd done what he could, and he left in a hurry. My sister and I stood there for what felt like forever, just staring at the chairs lying in the grass. The air felt thick, charged with something I can't describe, like static electricity, but heavier. Later that day, my niece came over. She's always been more practical than us, and she'd already decided the house needed to come down. She'd hired some workers to start demolition, but they showed up around 2 in the afternoon and didn't last long. I was inside with my sister when we heard banging from the old White House. Not the one we built, but the abandoned one. The workers had gone over to check it out, and within minutes they came running back, their faces pale. One of them said the doors were slamming shut on their own, and they heard noises like people arguing inside. They grabbed their tools and left in such a rush that they left some behind, scattered on the ground. Before they drove off, one guy muttered that we should just burn the place down. The rest of the day blurred together. We didn't talk much. What was there to say? I helped my sister pack a bag, and she stayed with me that night. Lying in bed, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the house made me flinch, and I kept thinking about that imaginary friend from my childhood. Grandpa. Was it him, or something else, tied to that doctor and his family? The pieces fit together in a way that made my skin crawl. I'm still not sure what to make of it all, but I'm convinced now that whatever is on that property is connected to what happened all those years ago. The terror of that day, the chairs flying, the voices, it's left a mark on me. Sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can still see those chairs hurtling through the air, and I feel that same cold fear. I don't know if we'll ever tear the house down, or if it's better to leave it be, but one thing's for sure. I'll never look at that property the same way again. And I can't explain why it all happened, not really. It just did, and now I'm left with this hollow feeling like something's still out there waiting. Story 20. I was on a stretch of freeway that cuts through a bunch of residential areas, so there are exits every mile or so, but between them it's just dark woods and the occasional street lamp casting long, eerie shadows on the snow. My radio was playing some soft rock station, but I had it low, mostly for background noise. I've always been a cautious driver, especially at night, so I was keeping my speed down because of the snow, maybe doing 50 in a 65 zone. The tires made this wet, crunching sound on the slush, and every now and then I'd feel the car slide a little, just enough to make my hands tighten on the wheel. That's when I saw it. A beat-up old sedan pulled over on the shoulder up ahead. Its hazard lights were blinking, but they looked weak, like the battery was dying. The hood was up, and a guy was standing beside it, hunched over against the cold. He had on a dark jacket, and I could see his breath puffing out in white clouds. My first thought was, damn, that sucks, because breaking down in this weather is a nightmare. I've been there before, stuck on the side of the road with a dead battery, and it's the worst feeling. So, without really thinking, I slowed down as I passed him. I caught a glimpse of his face in my headlights, pale, with this strained expression, like he was frustrated or something. He didn't wave or anything, just stared at my car as I went by. I drove for another minute or so, but something in my gut told me to turn back. Maybe it was the way he looked, or just the fact that it was so cold out, but I felt guilty leaving him there. There weren't any other cars around, and the nearest exit was a couple miles away. So I took the next off-ramp, looped around, and got back on the freeway heading the other way. It only took a few minutes, but in that time, my mind started racing. What if he needed help? What if he had kids in the car or something? I'm not a hero or anything, but I've always tried to help when I can. When I pulled up behind his car, I kept a bit of distance, maybe 20 feet or so. I rolled down my window part way, enough to talk but not all the way, because the cold was biting. The snow was still falling lightly, little flakes catching in my headlights. "You need a hand?" I called out. He turned around, and his eyes locked onto mine. They were dark, almost hollow-looking, and he had this weird smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Yeah, my alternator's shot," he said, his voice raspy, like he'd been shouting or something. "Think you could give me a battery boost? I've got cables." I nodded, but something felt off right away. He was standing too still, like he was forcing himself to be calm. I've helped people with jump starts before, and they're usually fumbling around, grateful but flustered. This guy was too composed. I told him I'd pull my car up closer, but I decided to stay inside. My heart was starting to beat a little faster, and I rolled the window up most of the way, leaving just a crack. I put the car in park, but kept the engine running. Instinct, I guess. The heater was blowing warm air, but I felt a chill run down my spine. He walked over to my side, and that's when I noticed it. As he was reaching for the jumper cables in his trunk, I saw him slip something into his jacket pocket. It was small, metallic, and he did it quickly, like he didn't want me to see. My mind went to all the worst places: a knife, a tool, something he could use to hurt me. I've read enough stories online about people faking breakdowns to rob or worse, and suddenly every little detail seemed amplified. The way his gloves were stained with grease, the way he kept glancing over his shoulder like he was checking for someone else. But there was no one else, just us, on this dark, snowy freeway. "I'll hook it up," he said, and he started connecting the cables to his battery first. I watched through my windshield, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles turned white. The interior of my car felt suddenly claustrophobic, the dashboard lights casting a faint glow on my face. I could hear the hum of the engine and the soft hiss of the heater, but outside it was quiet except for the wind whistling past. He moved slowly, methodically, and I kept my eyes on his hands. That's when I saw him pull that metal object out of his pocket again. It was about the size of a screwdriver, but I couldn't tell exactly what it was. He held it near the battery terminals, and for a second I thought he was just adjusting something, but then he sparked it. Not like a normal jump start where you might get a little arc. This was a deliberate, sharp spark that made a popping sound. I saw a bright flash between the cables, and my stomach dropped. My fight or flight response kicked in hard. Adrenaline surged through me, and I didn't even think. I slammed my foot on the gas, yanking the wheel to the left to get back onto the road. The tires skidded on the slush, and for a horrible second I thought I'd spin out, but they caught and I accelerated away. In my rearview mirror, I saw him standing there, just watching me go, that same hollow look on his face. He didn't run after me or anything, but he didn't look surprised either. It was like he'd expected it. I drove like a maniac for the next 10 minutes, my heart pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears. My hands were shaking, and I had to grip the wheel to steady them. The snow was coming down harder now, and the roads were getting slicker, but I didn't care. I just wanted to put as much distance between us as possible. Every time I saw headlights behind me, I'd flinch, thinking it was him following me. But it was just other cars, normal people heading home. I kept replaying the scene in my head, the spark, the way he concealed that object, his eerie calm. Was he trying to disable my car? Was it some kind of trap? I've heard stories about mass murderers or kidnappers using tricks like that, and my mind went to the darkest places. What if he had someone tied up in his trunk? What if I'd gotten out of the car to help? By the time I got home, I was a wreck. I pulled into my driveway and just sat there for a few minutes, breathing heavily. The snow was piling up on my windshield, and I had to wipe it away to see. My legs felt weak when I got out, and I hurried inside, locking the door behind me. I didn't sleep much that night. Every creak in the house made me jump, and I kept looking out the window, half expecting to see his car parked outside, but nothing happened. The next day, I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? A guy sparked his battery weirdly? It sounded crazy, so I never did. To this day, I don't know what that was about. Maybe he was just a guy with a weird way of fixing his car, and I overreacted. But the way he looked at me, the way he hid that object, it felt intentional. It felt like I'd dodged something terrible. Sometimes, when I'm driving late at night, especially after it snows, I think about him. I wonder if he's still out there, waiting for the next person to stop. And I know I'll never loop back for a stranded motorist again. Not ever. Dodin Tiny Story 21. That particular day started like any other. I woke up early, around 6 in the morning, because my shift began at 7. The resort was quiet at that hour, with just the sound of birds chirping and the distant hum of the groundskeepers starting their day. The air was cool and damp, typical for a Georgia morning, and I remember feeling a little tired but ready to get through the day. I drove to work, parked in the employee lot, and headed straight to the kitchen. The main building where the kitchen was located had this old, rustic feel to it. Wooden beams, stone floors, and these big, heavy doors that creaked when you opened them. I'd been working there for about 3 months at that point, so I was used to the layout and the sounds. The kitchen itself was massive, with stainless steel counters, industrial-sized ovens, and a walk-in fridge that always made a weird humming noise. That morning, I was alone for the first hour or so, just getting things ready for the breakfast service. I remember slicing vegetables for the omelette station, the knife making a steady rhythm on the cutting board. The radio was playing softly in the background, some classic rock station, and I was humming along, not really paying attention to much else. It was peaceful, in a way, before the chaos of the day started. Then, around 8 o'clock, something happened that I still can't fully explain. I was near the sink washing my hands when I felt this sudden chill. Not like the air conditioning had kicked on, but a deep, cold feeling that went right through me. I shrugged it off at first, thinking maybe I was just tired or something, but when I turned around, I saw him. A man was standing in the doorway that led to the dining area. He wasn't moving, just staring right at me. And he was silent, completely, utterly silent. I froze. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. He was tall, with dark hair that was kind of messy, and he was wearing old-fashioned clothes, like really old-fashioned. A dark coat that looked like it was from another century, and trousers that were worn and faded. His face was pale, almost greyish, and his eyes were just fixed on me. They were dark and intense, but empty at the same time, like there was nothing behind them. He didn't say a word, didn't make a sound. He just stood there watching me. I remember my hands were still wet from the sink, and I could feel water dripping down my wrists. I tried to speak, to ask who he was or what he wanted, but my voice caught in my throat. It was like I was paralyzed. The radio was still playing, but it felt distant, like it was coming from another room. The only thing I could focus on was him. He didn't look angry or threatening, just there. And then, after what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few seconds, he just vanished. Not like he walked away or turned around. He was there one moment and then he wasn't. It was like he dissolved into the air. I stood there for a good minute, just staring at the empty doorway. My whole body was shaking, and I had to lean against the counter to steady myself. I kept telling myself that I was imagining things, that it was a trick of the light, or maybe I was more tired than I thought. But the chill in the air was real, and the image of his face was burned into my mind. I forced myself to walk over to the doorway and look out into the dining area. Nothing. No one was there. The room was empty, with the morning sun streaming through the windows, casting long shadows on the floor. I tried to go back to work, but I couldn't focus. My hands were trembling, and I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see him again. When the rest of the kitchen staff started arriving around 8:30, I didn't say anything at first. What was I supposed to say? Hey, I saw a ghost in the kitchen. They'd think I was crazy. But I must have looked spooked, because one of the other cooks, a guy named Dave, asked if I was okay. I just mumbled something about not sleeping well and tried to brush it off. As the morning went on, the unease only grew. Every little noise made me jump. The clatter of pots, the sound of footsteps in the hallway. I kept replaying the moment in my head, trying to make sense of it. Who was that man? Why was he dressed like that? And why did he just disappear? I started thinking about the stories I'd heard about the resort being haunted. Before I worked there, I'd read online that the Barnsley brothers, who built the place, had a tragic history. One of them was murdered on the property, and people claimed the place was filled with restless spirits. I'd always laughed it off, but now it didn't seem so funny. Around lunchtime, I decided I needed to do something. I couldn't just let it go. I asked my supervisor if I could take a short break, and she said yes, since things were slow. I left the kitchen and wandered through the resort, not really sure where I was going. The Barnsley Garden Resort has this museum dedicated to the Barnsley brothers, showcasing their history and the development of the property. I'd never been inside before. It was just one of those things I kept meaning to check out but never got around to. Today felt like the day. The museum was in a separate building, a small, quaint place with old photographs and artifacts. It was quiet inside, with only a few visitors browsing around. The air was musty, like old books and dust. I walked slowly, looking at the displays. There were pictures of the brothers, maps of the original estate, and even some of their personal belongings. I wasn't really paying attention until I came to a section with portraits. They were old, painted in oils, and they had this eerie quality to them, like the eyes were following you. And then I saw it, a portrait of a man that made my blood run cold. It was him, the same man I'd seen in the kitchen, the same dark hair, the same pale face, the same intense, empty eyes. He was wearing the same old-fashioned coat, and the artist had captured that stillness, that silent stare. My heart started racing again, and I felt dizzy, like the floor was tilting under me. I had to grab onto a nearby display case to keep my balance. I read the plaque underneath the portrait. It said his name was one of the Barnsley brothers, the one who was murdered on the property back in the 1800s. The date of his death was listed, and it sent a shiver down my spine. This wasn't just some random guy. This was a man who had died violently, right here where I was standing, or at least somewhere on this land. The portrait was labeled as being from the family collection, and it noted that he was often seen in old accounts as a quiet, brooding figure. I stood there for what felt like forever, just staring at the painting. My mind was racing. How was this possible? I'd seen a ghost, a real, honest-to-God ghost, and not just any ghost, but the ghost of a man who had been dead for over a century. All my skepticism melted away in that moment. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead, and my hands were clammy. I could still feel that chill from the kitchen, like it had followed me here. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to run out of the museum and never come back. But another part was drawn to the portrait, almost like it was calling to me. I took out my phone and snapped a quick picture, not sure why, maybe to prove to myself that I wasn't going crazy. But when I looked at the photo, it was just a normal picture of the painting. No strange lights or shadows, just the man's face staring back at me. After a while, I forced myself to leave the museum. The rest of the day was a blur. I went back to work, but I was on autopilot. Every time I passed the kitchen doorway, I'd glance over, half expecting to see him again. I didn't, but the memory was enough to keep me on edge. When my shift ended that evening, I practically ran to my car. The sun was setting, casting long, dark shadows across the parking lot. And the resort looked different now, older, more menacing. The trees seemed to loom closer, and the sounds of the night felt heavier. I drove home in silence, not even turning on the radio. My mind kept going back to that morning, to the man in the kitchen and his portrait in the museum. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a coincidence, or maybe I'd seen the portrait before and forgotten about it, and my brain just conjured him up. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. The details were too vivid, too specific. The way he stood, the way he stared, the chill in the air, it was all real. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I heard footsteps in my apartment or felt that same chill. I've never been so scared in my life. And the weirdest part is, I didn't feel threatened by him. He didn't try to hurt me or anything. It was just his presence, his silence, that was so terrifying. It was like he was trying to tell me something, or maybe he was just trapped, reliving his past. I went back to work the next day and the days after that, but I was never the same. I started paying more attention to the stories people told about the resort. Other employees had their own experiences, strange noises, doors closing on their own, feelings of being watched. I never shared my story with them, not in detail, but I'd nod along now, understanding. My skepticism was gone, replaced by this uneasy acceptance that some things in this world just can't be explained. Even now, months later, I still think about that day. Sometimes I'll be in the kitchen and I'll feel that same chill and I'll freeze for a second waiting. But I've never seen him again. Maybe it was a one-time thing, or maybe he moved on. I don't know. All I know is that I saw something that changed me, and I can't ever go back to not believing. The terror of that moment, of recognizing him in the portrait, is something that's stuck with me. It's like a scar, a reminder that there's more to this world than what we can see. And that's it. That's what happened. I still work at the resort, but I avoid that part of the kitchen if I can. I never told anyone the full story until now, typing this out. It feels good to get it off my chest, but it doesn't make it any less real. I just hope that by sharing it, someone else might understand, or maybe it'll help me make sense of it someday. But for now, it's just this thing that happened, and I have to live with it. Story 22. I still don't like talking about what happened that day on Maple Street, but I guess writing it down might help, or maybe it'll just make the whole thing feel real all over again. I was just a kid then, maybe 9 or 10 years old, and we lived in this old house at the end of the street, the kind with creaky floors and windows that rattled when the wind picked up. It was one of those places that always felt a little off, like someone was watching you even when you were alone. My older brother, Mark, was supposed to be watching me that day because our parents were out of town visiting relatives, and he was downstairs most of the time, glued to the TV like he always was. The morning started out normal enough. Normal. I remember waking up late, the sun already high in the sky, and the house was quiet except for the hum of the refrigerator. I padded downstairs in my socks, the wooden floors cold under my feet, and found Mark sprawled on the couch, half asleep with some cartoon on. He grunted when I asked about breakfast, so I ended up pouring myself a bowl of cereal and eating it standing up in the kitchen, staring out the window at the backyard. The grass was overgrown, and there was this big oak tree that cast long shadows in the morning light. I'd seen Eli out there before, near that tree, but that morning everything was still and empty. Eli was what we called him. This boy in striped pajamas who'd pop up now and then. He wasn't always there, but when he was, it was like he'd just materialized for a second before vanishing. The first time I saw him, I was maybe 7, playing in the yard, and he was standing by the fence just watching me. He had on these old-fashioned striped pajamas, like something from a black and white movie, and his hair was messy, like he'd just woken up. He never said anything, just stared with these big, dark eyes, and then he'd be gone. I used to think he was a neighbor's kid or something, but no one on the street had a son that looked like him. My friends thought I was making it up, but Riley, she believed me. Riley lived a few houses down, and she had her own thing with a ghost she called Eloise, so we'd swap stories sometimes, trying to make sense of it all. That day, though, things felt different from the start. The air was heavy, like before a storm, and the sky had this weird yellowish tint to it. I finished my cereal and went back upstairs to get dressed, but I kept feeling like I was being watched. You know that feeling, when the hairs on your arms stand up for no reason? That's how it was. I tried to shake it off by messing around in my room, but around noon, the wind started picking up, and I heard the first rumble of thunder in the distance. Mark must have heard it too, because he shouted up from downstairs, "Hey, close the windows if it starts raining." I remember rolling my eyes because he was always ordering me around, but I did it anyway. As I was closing my window, I glanced out at the street and saw Riley walking toward our house. She had this determined look on her face, like she had something important to say. When she knocked on the door, I let her in, and she immediately started talking about Eloise. "She was in my room again last night," Riley said, her voice a little shaky. "I woke up and saw her standing by the closet just like before." Riley's ghost, Eloise, was supposed to be a little girl who died in her house decades ago, and she'd appear sometimes, usually when it was stormy. It was one of those things we never questioned too much because it felt real to us. We ended up sitting on the floor in the living room with Mark still on the couch, barely paying attention. The TV was on some news channel, but the sound was low. I told Riley about seeing Eli near the oak tree again a couple days prior and how he seemed closer this time, like he was trying to get my attention. She nodded, her eyes wide, and said, "Maybe they're connected, you know, like how Eloise only shows up when it's rainy." It made sense in a kid logic kind of way, but it also sent a chill down my spine. Around 2 in the afternoon, the storm really kicked in. The sky turned dark grey and rain started pelting the windows in sheets. The wind howled outside, making the whole house shake, and the lights flickered a couple times. Mark got up to check the fuse box, muttering about how old the wiring was, and Riley and I stayed put, huddled on the floor. That's when things got weird. I was staring at the TV, which was showing some weather report, when I saw it. A shadow passed right in front of the screen. It was quick, like a blur, but it was tall and thin, and for a second it blocked the light. My heart jumped into my throat because Mark was downstairs in the basement. I could hear him clanking around, so it couldn't have been him. Riley saw it too. She gasped and grabbed my arm, her fingers digging into my skin. "Did you see that?" she whispered, her voice trembling. I nodded, too scared to speak. The room felt colder suddenly, and the air got thick like it was hard to breathe. We both sat there, frozen, waiting for something else to happen. Then, from the corner of my eye, I saw movement outside the window. I turned my head slowly, and there he was, Eli, standing in the backyard, right under the oak tree. The rain was pouring down, but he wasn't getting wet. He was just standing there in those striped pajamas, staring straight at me. His face was pale, and his eyes looked hollow, like there was nothing behind them. I pointed, and Riley followed my gaze. She let out a small whimper and squeezed my arm tighter. "He's never been out in the rain before," she said, her voice barely audible over the storm. I felt my stomach twist into knots. Eli started walking toward the house, slow and steady, like he was gliding over the grass. My legs felt like jelly, and I wanted to run, but I couldn't move. It was like one of those nightmares where you're paralyzed. Mark came back upstairs then, wiping his hands on his jeans. "Everything's fine down there," he said, but he stopped when he saw our faces. "What's wrong with you two?" I tried to tell him about Eli, but the words stuck in my throat. Instead, I just pointed at the window again. Mark glanced out, but by then, Eli was gone. "There's nothing out there," he said, sounding annoyed. "You're letting the storm spook you." But Riley and I knew what we saw. The shadow on the TV, Eli in the yard. It felt like things were building up to something. The storm raged on, and the lights flickered again, this time staying dim for a few seconds. In that half-light, I thought I heard whispering, like someone was talking just out of earshot. It was soft and raspy, and it seemed to come from the hallway upstairs. Mark must have heard it too, because he frowned and said, "What was that?" We all went quiet, listening. The whispering got a little louder, and it sounded like it was saying a name. Eli. Over and over. My skin crawled, and I felt goosebumps spread up my arms. Riley was shaking beside me, and even Mark looked uneasy. "Probably just the wind," he said, but he didn't sound convinced. That's when I remembered something Riley had told me once about Eloise, how she'd only appear when someone was alone or scared. I wondered if Eli was the same. I stood up, my legs wobbly, and walked toward the stairs. I don't know why I did it. It was like something was pulling me. Mark called after me, "Where are you going?" But I didn't answer. I climbed the stairs slowly, each step creaking under my weight. The whispering seemed to follow me, growing clearer as I reached the top. The upstairs hallway was dark because the storm had blocked out most of the light, and the only illumination came from the flickering bulbs downstairs. I could see my bedroom door at the end of the hall, and it was slightly ajar. As I got closer, the whispering stopped, and I heard a soft rustling sound, like fabric moving. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I pushed the door open slowly, and there he was, Eli, standing in the middle of my room, facing away from me. He was wearing those same striped pajamas, and his shoulders were hunched, like he was sad or tired. I froze in the doorway, my breath catching in my throat. He turned around slowly, and his eyes met mine. They weren't hollow anymore. They looked sad, almost pleading. He raised a hand like he was pointing at something, and then he just faded away, like smoke dissolving in the air. 1 second he was there, the next he was gone. The room felt empty again, but the air was still cold, and I could smell something faint, like old paper or dust. I stood there for what felt like forever, trying to process what I'd seen. Downstairs I heard Mark and Riley talking, their voices anxious. I eventually made my way back down, my whole body trembling. When I told them what happened, Mark finally took it seriously. He suggested we call our parents, but the phone lines were down because of the storm. So we just sat in the living room, waiting for the storm to pass, jumping at every noise. As the evening wore on, the rain eased up and the wind died down. The sky started to clear, and a little sunlight peeked through the clouds. We were all exhausted, but too wired to sleep. Riley decided to head home, and I walked her to the door. As she left, she turned to me and said, "Be careful, okay? I have a bad feeling about this." I nodded, and after she was gone, I locked the door behind her. Mark and I ended up sitting in silence for a while, until he remembered something. "Hey," he said, "I found an old box of stuff in the basement earlier. There were some newspapers in there." He went down and brought it up, a dusty cardboard box filled with yellowed papers. We started sifting through them, mostly out of boredom, but then I saw it. A headline from years ago about a boy named Elijah who died on Maple Street. He was only 8 years old, and he'd lived in a house that used to be where ours now stood. The article said he died in his sleep, wearing striped pajamas, and that his family moved away shortly after. Reading that sent a cold shock through me. Eli, Elijah. It couldn't be a coincidence. The boy I'd been seeing all these years was real, or at least he had been. The article didn't say how he died, just that it was sudden, and there were rumors about the house being haunted even back then. I felt a lump in my throat, and my hands were shaking as I put the paper down. Mark looked at me, his face pale. "You think that's him?" he asked quietly. I didn't know what to say. The room felt smaller, and I kept expecting to see Eli again, but he never showed. The rest of the night was quiet, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still around, watching. I went to bed eventually, but I didn't sleep much. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face, those sad eyes, and the way he pointed like he was trying to tell me something. That was the day everything changed for me. I never saw Eli again after that, but I've always wondered why he appeared to me, why that stormy day was different. Was he trying to reach out, or was it just my imagination fueled by fear? I'll probably never know, but even now, years later, I get chills thinking about it, and I avoid looking out windows during storms. The boy in the striped pajamas is gone, but the memory of him haunts me, like he's still there, waiting in the shadows of Maple Street.